Arachne's Tapestry, to the women who have spun their own narratives from the threads of adversity, who have woven beauty from hardship, and who have found strength in their resilience. This retelling of Arachne's story is a testament to your unwavering spirit, your incredible creativity, and your enduring power. It is dedicated to those who have dared to defy expectations, to those who have challenged the limitations imposed upon them, and to those who, like Arachne, have found a different kind of artistry, a different kind of power in the face of transformation. This book is for the weavers, the spinners, the creators, the artists, the women who have faced the wrath of the gods, both literal and metaphorical, and emerged stronger, more resilient, more profoundly connected to the world around them. It is for those who have embraced their unique gifts, even when those gifts have led them down unexpected and sometimes painful paths. It is for those who have learned to find beauty in the intricate patterns of life, even when those patterns are complex and challenging. It is for the women who have learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the silk, to see the connections that bind us all. It is for the women who have found their own voices, their own power in the quiet moments of creation, in the solitary hours spent crafting their own destinies. It is for those who have understood the true meaning of transformation, not as punishment or defeat, but as a pathway to a deeper understanding of oneself, a pathway to a new and more profound kind of power. For those who have looked into the heart of their own shadows and woven strength from the darkness, this book is for you. It is a celebration of the feminine spirit, its creativity, resilience, and unwavering connection to the life force itself. It is an offering of respect and admiration for the boundless capacity for strength, transformation, and the enduring beauty of the human spirit, expressed through the craft, the art, and the sheer resilience of women throughout history. Chapter 1: Threads of Solitude. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a perpetual mist clinging to the jagged peaks of the Apennine Mountains. Here, nestled amongst wildflowers that dared to bloom even in the shadow of towering pines, stood Arachne's cottage, a small, sturdy structure of gray stone, almost swallowed by the wild beauty that surrounded it. It was a solitude she had chosen, a deliberate retreat from the clamor of the world below, a sanctuary where she could commune with her art and the whispering winds. Arachne herself was a creature of the mountains, her movements as fluid and graceful as the mountain streams that tumbled down the slopes. Her dark hair, the color of a raven's wing, often escaped the simple braid she wore, catching the stray sunbeams that pierced the mist. Her eyes, the deep green of moss-covered stones, held a quiet intensity, reflecting the solitary life she had carved for herself. But those eyes also held a spark of fierce independence, a quiet pride that burned brightly within her. Her weaving was legendary, even in the secluded haven of her mountain home. She spun silk finer than moonlight, threads that shimmered with an ethereal glow, capturing the very essence of the mountains themselves. Each strand was a testament to her patience, her dedication, her uncanny connection to the natural world. She used the silk of the mountain spiders, their silken threads meticulously gathered, cleaned, and spun into a fiber surpassing the softness and strength of any other known. She would often spend hours observing these small creatures, marveling at their industry and their intricate web designs, finding inspiration in their silent, meticulous work. The process itself was a ritual, a meditation. She would sit by the loom, her nimble fingers dancing across the threads, a silent conversation unfolding between her and the raw materials, a dialogue woven into the very fabric of her creations. The rhythm of the loom, the soft whisper of the shuttle, the satisfying click of the heddles, these sounds formed the soundtrack to her life, a hypnotic lullaby that soothed her spirit and nourished her soul. Her tapestries were not mere depictions of nature. They were nature itself, captured in vibrant hues and delicate textures. She wove the swirling mist, the jagged peaks, the whispering pines, and the wildflowers into breathtaking scenes that seemed to breathe and move with their own ethereal life. She wove the very spirit of the mountains into the fabric, imbuing each piece with an undeniable power. But her solitude was not entirely without its challenges. The isolation, while a haven for her creativity, sometimes weighed heavily on her spirit. The silence, once a source of comfort, could at times feel oppressive, a stark contrast to the vibrant world of color and texture that she created. She would often find herself staring out at the vast expanse of the mountains, a yearning for connection tugging at her heart. The absence of human interaction was not just a lack of companionship, it was a deliberate choice born from a profound disappointment. In her youth, she had shared her passion for weaving with other artisans, only to find her skill vastly exceeding theirs. Their envy, their petty criticisms had chipped away at her willingness to share her craft. She found herself increasingly withdrawn, more content in the company of the mountain winds and the silent, patient spiders than in the company of those who lacked both the skill and appreciation for her art. Yet, her artistic isolation held a peculiar strength. It cultivated within her a deep self-reliance, a self-sufficiency that mirrored the resilience of the mountain itself. She cultivated her own herbs and food, learning the rhythms of the seasons and the secrets of the mountain's bounty. She learned to fashion clothing from natural fibers, her hands as adept at stitching as they were at weaving. She was a woman complete in herself, entirely self-sufficient and independent. There was a quiet power in her solitude, a strength that radiated from her like the warm glow of a hearth fire. Even the simplicity of her cottage reflected this strength and self-reliance. Made from the local stone, the house was a testament to her ability to use what was at hand, to find beauty and utility in the natural world. Inside, the walls were adorned with her tapestries, each a testament to her skill and to her understanding of the delicate balance of the mountain ecosystem. The cottage was not merely a shelter, it was a reflection of Arachne's deep connection with nature, a symbiotic relationship where she both nurtured and was nurtured. The nights, dark and star-studded, provided a different kind of comfort. The vast expanse of the night sky, brimming with a billion shimmering stars, brought a sense of perspective, reminding her of the vastness of the universe and the smallness, yet significance, of her own existence. It was in these moments of contemplation, as the mountains stood silent and still under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, that she felt most connected to the world, a sense of belonging transcending her physical isolation. The stars became her companions, their celestial light mirroring the inner glow that radiated from her artistic passion. As she worked, she often whispered to the mountain winds, confiding her dreams, her fears, her hopes. She saw the wind as a fellow artisan, a force that shaped and transformed the landscape, much like she shaped and transformed the raw silk threads into works of art. The wind carried her words, her unspoken feelings, across the valleys, out into the vast unknown. It was a way of sharing her thoughts, a silent communication across the boundaries of her solitude. Her life was not without its moments of vulnerability, however. The nights were often long, punctuated by the howls of the wind and the rustling of the leaves, and the occasional fear that gnawed at her when a particularly fierce storm threatened her small dwelling. Yet even in those moments, a quiet strength prevailed. She felt connected to the mountain, a part of its wild rhythm. She was not merely inhabiting it, she was inextricably intertwined with it. She had become a part of the mountain's heartbeat. Her art was not a separate entity, but a direct expression of her profound connection to the land, to the living essence of the world around her. She was the mountain, and the mountain was her. The whispers began subtly, like the first rustle of leaves in the autumn wind. A traveler, returning from a distant market, recounted a tale of impossibly fine silk, shimmering with an ethereal light, a fabric said to be woven by a recluse high in the Apennines. Another, a shepherd boy lost and later found his way back down the mountain, spoke of a cottage nestled amidst the pines, its windows glowing with an otherworldly luminescence at night. These stories, initially dismissed as fanciful tales spun by weary travelers, began to gain traction, their details embroidered with each retelling. The tales, whispered initially in hushed tones around crackling hearths and under the starlit sky, slowly morphed into legends. The woman of the mountains, they called her, the weaver whose threads captured the very essence of nature. Some spoke of her silk as having magical properties, capable of healing wounds and warding off evil spirits. Others claimed her tapestries possessed the power to predict the future, their intricate patterns revealing glimpses of destiny. Exaggeration, as it often does, took root, weaving itself into the fabric of the narrative, transforming Arachne into a figure both wondrous and mysterious. The villagers in the valleys below, initially awestruck by the rumors of her skill, began to feel a mixture of awe and apprehension. Her extraordinary talent, once a source of hushed admiration, now sparked a strange unease. The whispers, once innocent, now carried an undercurrent of fear, a sense that her abilities might be beyond human comprehension, straying into the realm of the divine. Their apprehension wasn't malice, but a natural human response to the unknown, the unfamiliar. They admired her skill, but it was a skill that seemed to challenge the boundaries of their understanding, a craft that bordered on the miraculous. The increased attention brought a subtle shift in Arachne's carefully constructed solitude. The quiet hum of the mountain, once a comforting presence, now felt tinged with a faint, persistent murmur. The winds, once her silent confidants, seemed to carry the whispers of the valley, bringing with them a disquieting sense of scrutiny. Her once peaceful sanctuary was no longer entirely her own. The very air itself felt charged with a newfound energy, a subtle hum that vibrated with the collective curiosity and apprehension of those in the valleys below. Her isolation, once a source of strength, now felt like a thin veil, easily penetrated by the burgeoning tide of fame. The simple act of gathering materials for her weaving took on a new dimension. She felt the unspoken gaze of the mountain people, their speculation and curiosity weighing upon her spirit as she collected spider silk and wildflowers. The rhythmic click of the loom, once a soothing meditation, now felt almost discordant, punctuated by the rising tide of whispers that threatened to drown out the harmony of her craft. The change was gradual, almost imperceptible at first. A stray glance from a passing traveler, a slightly longer pause as someone passed her cottage, the occasional hesitant greeting, a child's wide-eyed stare. Each interaction was a tiny ripple in the still waters of her solitude, a testament to the growing awareness of her presence, her skill, and the legends that now swirled around her name. It was a change that she couldn't ignore, though she attempted to retreat further into her craft, seeking solace in the familiar rhythm of the loom. The growing attention, however, brought with it a new awareness. Arachne began to feel the weight of expectation, the subtle pressure of a world that was slowly, yet inevitably, encroaching upon her sanctuary. The anonymity she had cultivated so carefully was beginning to fray at the edges. She was no longer simply the weaver in the mountains. She was becoming a legend, a figure of myth and mystery. And this new persona brought with it a different kind of burden. The changing dynamics were reflected in her work. The vibrant tapestries, once purely expressions of her connection to the natural world, started to reflect the underlying tension of her shifting reality. The once serene mountain landscapes now held a subtle edge, a hint of foreboding woven into the delicate details. The colors, while still breathtakingly beautiful, seemed deeper, more intense, hinting at the turmoil that was beginning to stir within her soul. Her art, always a reflection of her inner world, began to reveal the cracks in her carefully constructed solitude. Her nights were no longer filled solely With the comfort of the stars, sleep became elusive, replaced by anxious dreams filled with shadowy figures and whispers that echoed the growing concerns of the valley people. The mountain winds, once her companions, now seemed to carry a different message, a warning perhaps, a harbinger of change that she couldn't quite fathom. The profound connection with the mountain that had sustained her for so long now felt strained, as if the very land itself was becoming uneasy with the attention focused upon her. Even the spiders, her silent collaborators, seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere. Their webs, once meticulously crafted and uniformly symmetrical, now showed signs of irregularity, their patterns slightly disheveled, their silken threads thinner, as if reflecting Arachne's own growing unease. The familiar rhythms of the mountain, once a source of comfort, were now punctuated by the dissonant whispers of her growing fame, a counterpoint to the harmonious symphony of her life. The change was not simply external, it was internal. Her solitude, once a chosen path, now felt more like a prison. Her self-imposed isolation morphing into a reluctant confinement. The vibrant colors of her tapestries seemed to reflect the conflict within, a duality of her artistry and her innate desire for connection, for understanding, and for a sharing of her unique gift. The whispers of the villagers became a constant undercurrent in her being, a reminder of the burgeoning world beyond her self-made haven. The stories now reached a point where their exaggeration touched upon the very fabric of reality. It was not just the skill of her weaving, but the implication of a deeper, more supernatural connection to the natural world. The silk was no longer merely exceptionally fine. It was imbued with magical properties. The tapestries were no longer just breathtaking scenes. They were glimpses into the future, prophecies etched into the threads. Her isolation was no longer a choice. It was now presented as a deliberate act of concealment, a safeguarding of powers too potent for the ordinary world. And it was in this atmosphere of growing, distorted fame that Arachne found herself staring into the mirror of her own reflection. She saw not the strong, independent woman who had carved her life out of the heart of the mountain, but a figure shrouded in myth, transformed into something beyond her own recognition. The whispers had woven a web around her, a web as intricate and captivating as any she had created with her own hands, but far less beautiful and far more dangerous. This was the beginning of her ultimate confrontation, not with a jealous goddess, but with the very nature of fame and the power of perception. The solitude she had sought for so long was about to be shattered, irrevocably transformed by the power of the whispers. The air itself seemed to crackle, not with the familiar snap of winter's frost, but with an energy that hummed beneath the skin, a vibrant thrum that resonated deep within Arachne's bones. The mountain, her steadfast companion, seemed to hold its breath, the pines standing rigid and silent, their needles shimmering with an unnatural light. Then she saw it, a brilliance descending from the heavens, a blinding cascade of light that painted the sky in hues beyond earthly comprehension. It was as if the sun itself had detached from its celestial orbit and plummeted towards the mountain, its trajectory marked by a shimmering trail of golden light. The light solidified, coalescing into a form both majestic and terrifying. Standing before Arachne on the precipice of her secluded cottage was Athena, goddess of wisdom and crafts, her presence as immense and immutable as the mountain itself. Clad in a gown woven from starlight and spun from the very threads of the cosmos, she radiated an authority that dwarfed even the towering peaks surrounding Arachne's sanctuary. Her eyes, the color of a storm-tossed sea, held a depth that seemed to penetrate Arachne's very soul, assessing, judging, and perhaps even a flicker of grudging admiration. The goddess's arrival wasn't a silent descent. It was an event, an unfolding spectacle of divine power. The wind whipped around Athena, a tempestuous dance of power that bent the sturdy pines into graceful bows. The scent of ozone filled the air, sharp and invigorating, a testament to the raw energy emanating from the goddess. The very stones beneath Arachne's feet vibrated with the force of Athena's presence, a palpable energy that sent shivers down her spine. The birds, usually so abundant in the mountain, had fallen silent, their songs replaced by an unnerving stillness. The world, for a moment, seemed to hold its breath, suspended in the presence of the Olympian. Athena was not the cold, unyielding deity of legend. Arachne saw a complexity in her features, lines etched by centuries of wisdom, and perhaps a weariness that stemmed from the burden of divine responsibility. There was strength, of course, an undeniable power that emanated from every pore, but there was also something else, a hint of vulnerability, a subtle crack in the seemingly impenetrable facade of an immortal. This was not merely a goddess dispensing judgment. This was a being wrestling with her own internal conflicts, a deity challenged by the audacity of mortal talent. Arachne, Athena's voice resonated not with thunderous pronouncements, but with a measured tone, as if carefully selecting each syllable. Your skill has reached the ears of Olympus. Your threads are spun from moonlight and dreams, finer than any woven by god or mortal. The words were a testament to Arachne's artistry, a recognition of her exceptional talent, but they also carried a subtle undercurrent of challenge, of impending judgment. Arachne, though initially paralyzed by the goddess's presence, found her voice, the years of solitude, lending her an unexpected strength. My lady, she replied, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. My craft is but a reflection of the beauty I find in the world around me. The mountain, the forest, the very essence of nature inspires my work. She dared to meet Athena's gaze, her own eyes reflecting the unwavering determination that had propelled her through years of solitary creation. The words were a defense, a subtle assertion of her independence, a claim to her own unique genius. Athena's expression remained unreadable, her sea-like eyes holding a depth of emotion that was both captivating and daunting. Beauty is subjective. Mortal, Athena responded, her voice a low hum that carried the weight of millennia, and skill without purpose is merely vanity. I have witnessed your handiwork, Arachne, and it has intrigued, and yes, even provoked me. Therefore I propose a contest. The challenge hung in the air, heavy and expectant. It wasn't merely a trial of skill, it was a clash of wills, a confrontation between mortal ambition and divine authority. Athena's gaze shifted towards the mountain valley, where the whispers of Arachne's fame had already begun to echo. Let us see, Athena continued, her voice gaining a steely edge. Whose threads are the most worthy of immortal praise? Whose artistry truly reflects the divine essence? The contest, Athena proposed, would involve each of them creating a tapestry reflecting their understanding of life, their perspective on mortality, and the very nature of existence itself. The implications were profound. This was not a simple competition of skill. It was a battle for the very soul of creation. The challenge was far grander than a simple weaving contest. It was a contest for legitimacy, for the right to claim ownership of artistry itself. Arachne felt a surge of apprehension, but underneath it, a flicker of exhilaration. She had faced years of solitude, overcoming doubts and insecurities in the silent embrace of the mountain. The prospect of facing the goddess of wisdom and crafts was daunting, but more than fear, she felt a surge of defiant excitement. This was her chance to prove not just her skill, but also her vision, her interpretation of life, of art. The rules of the contest were simple, yet imbued with the weight of divine authority. Each weaver would have a day and night to create their masterpiece, drawing upon their own inspiration and skill. The judgment wouldn't be based on mere technique, but on the artistry, the profound insight and originality displayed in their weaving. Athena, as the arbiter of this divine contest, would decide the winner, her judgment unwavering and final. A tension settled over the mountain, a palpable silence punctuated only by the whisper of the wind through the pines. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, a blend of fear and excitement that resonated through Arachne's very being. This was not merely a competition, it was a profound examination of mortality and divinity, of the human spirit striving against the weight of the gods. The contest was not just about thread and loom, it was about the essence of creation, the very heart of artistic expression, tested against the unwavering authority of the Olympian realm. This contest would forever change the narrative of Arachne's life, transforming her from the mysterious weaver into a legend etched in the very fabric of myth. The threads of her destiny were about to be irrevocably intertwined with those of the goddess, creating a tapestry as rich and complex as any she had ever woven. The challenge had been laid down. The contest was about to begin. The fate of the mortal weaver hung in the balance, poised against the unwavering authority of the Olympian realm. The mountain itself seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the unfolding of this extraordinary confrontation. The next morning dawned, the mountain draped in a mist that clung to the pines like a spectral shroud. The air hummed with a tension thicker than the morning dew, a silent anticipation that resonated between Arachne and Athena. Each goddess, mortal and immortal, possessed their looms, the rhythmic click of the shuttles, a counterpoint to the throbbing silence of the mountain. Arachne's loom, fashioned from the sturdy wood of ancient oak, held threads spun from moonlight and the silken strands of 1,000 dreams. Athena's loom, however, was a marvel of celestial craftsmanship, forged from starlight and imbued with an ethereal glow. Arachne began her work, her fingers, nimble and sure, moved with the grace of a mountain stream, guiding the threads into a tapestry that began to bloom with vibrant life. She didn't hesitate. Her brush strokes of silk, for that's what her weaving resembled, more akin to painting with light than traditional weaving. Swift and bold, she chose not to depict the idealized perfection often seen in tales of the gods, a perfection that felt empty and hollow to her. Instead, she chose to portray the gods as they truly were, in all their flawed, human-like glory. Her tapestry began with a depiction of Zeus, the king of the gods, not as the majestic, all-powerful figure of legend, but as a man struggling with his desires and weaknesses, his lustful gazes and transgressions woven into the fabric in shades of shadow and moonlight. Next, she depicted Hera, queen of the gods, her jealousy and wrath rendered in vibrant emerald greens and fiery oranges, portraying her vulnerability as much as her power. Even Poseidon, the god of the sea, was not spared her unflinching gaze. His temper and capricious nature were given form in swirling blues and angry grays, capturing both the terrifying power of the ocean and the unpredictable nature of his moods. Each god and goddess was presented not as a symbol of untouchable divinity, but as a complex being susceptible to the frailties of emotion and the consequences of their actions. Arachne didn't flinch from the darkness, from the shadowed aspects of the divine. She wove in tales of deception and betrayal, of broken vows and abandoned promises. She captured the pain of Persephone's abduction, the grief of Demeter's mourning, rendered in deep purples and somber browns, a testament to the goddess's raw, untamed grief. She depicted the suffering of mortals caught in the crossfire of divine disputes, their pain and resilience rendered with a poignant delicacy. The tapestry wasn't beautiful in the conventional sense. It was raw, honest, a brutal display of truth that was both captivating and unsettling. The colors bled into each other, creating a tapestry that was as dynamic and complex as life itself. It wasn't simply a depiction of the gods. It was a commentary on their nature, their power, and the lasting impact they had on the mortal world. The threads seemed to vibrate with untold stories, whispering secrets of divine power and human resilience, a testament to Arachne's profound understanding of both. It was a work of art that dared to challenge the established order, to question the very nature of divine authority. Her skill was impeccable, the technique flawless, each thread interwoven with precision and mastery. However, it was not the technique that made the tapestry extraordinary. It was the bold defiance, the audacious choice to depict the gods in their human-like imperfections. It was an act of rebellion, a declaration of independence from the constraints of blind faith and unquestioning obedience. Meanwhile, Athena worked on her own tapestry. Her loom hummed with an ethereal energy, and her fingers moved with a speed and precision that belied their age. Her tapestry was a breathtaking masterpiece of perfect order and divine grace. It showcased the Olympian world in all its idealized glory, a vision of perfect harmony and celestial beauty. Each thread was a testament to the goddess's impeccable technique, a testament to the divine order of the cosmos. Athena's tapestry depicted Olympus as a paradise, a realm of unblemished beauty and perfect harmony. The sky was a flawless sapphire. The clouds were sculpted into delicate shapes, and the sun shone with an eternal brilliance. The gods and goddesses were portrayed as majestic, perfect figures, radiating an otherworldly beauty and power. There was no shadow, no blemish, no hint of human imperfection marring the scene. The gods were depicted as beings of untarnished perfection, the epitome of divine grace and power. It was a vision of perfect order, a testament to the beauty and harmony of the celestial realm, a stark contrast to Arachne's raw and unflinching portrayal of the divine. The colors were rich and vibrant, each shade meticulously chosen to highlight the celestial beauty and perfection of the scene. The weave itself was flawless, a testimony to Athena's unmatched skill and mastery. The tapestry shone with an inner light, radiating an aura of celestial energy, enchanting and mesmerizing. Each thread was woven with a precision that defied human understanding, and together they formed a magnificent display of divine artistry. But as magnificent as it was, there was a certain coldness to Athena's tapestry, a lack of the raw emotion and human vulnerability that pulsed through Arachne's work. It was a representation of ideal perfection, but devoid of the warmth, imperfection, and life that make experience truly meaningful. It was a frozen moment in time, breathtakingly beautiful, yet ultimately lacking the depth and complexity of Arachne's bold interpretation. When both tapestries were complete, A hush fell over the mountain. The air crackled with anticipation as Athena approached both works. She first studied Arachne's creation, her eyes lingering on the depiction of Zeus, then Hera, then Poseidon, absorbing the raw truth reflected in the tapestry's threads. Her expression was inscrutable, a mixture of anger, admiration, and perhaps a flicker of recognition. Then she turned her gaze to her own creation, her perfect, idealized vision of Olympus. For a moment, a long, heavy moment that stretched out in the silent mountain air. She seemed lost in contemplation, comparing the two starkly contrasting portrayals, one a raw, unflinching depiction of reality, the other a polished representation of an idealized vision. The contrast between the two spoke volumes, illuminating the very core of the debate between mortals and God. The judgment, when it came, was swift and decisive. It was not a judgment based on technical skill, for both works were masterfully executed. It was a judgment based on perspective, on the very essence of the art itself. The gods, it seemed, were not ready for such brutal honesty, preferring their own flawless image, reflected in the celestial mirror. Arachne's tapestry, despite its technical perfection and profound insight, was an affront to their authority, a challenge to their established order. Her rebellious spirit, her audacity, would not be tolerated. The clash of threads mirrored the clash of wills, a weaving contest that would echo through the ages, a battle between mortal daring and immortal authority. The consequences of Arachne's choice, her brave defiance, would be far-reaching and profoundly transformative, forever changing the narrative of her life and shaping her destiny in ways she could scarcely imagine. The mountain, silent witness to this epic contest, felt the tremor of the decision as it resounded through the ages. The threads of destiny had been woven, and the tapestry of Arachne's fate was about to unfurl. The air crackled, no longer with the quiet hum of anticipation, but with the raw, crackling energy of divine fury. Athena's eyes, once filled with a mixture of admiration and anger, now blazed with incandescent wrath. The perfect harmony of her own tapestry seemed to shatter, the threads of her idealized world unraveling in the face of Arachne's defiant masterpiece. Her divine composure fractured, revealing a vulnerability she had carefully concealed beneath layers of celestial grace. This was not simply a judgment of a weaving contest. It was a battle for power, a struggle for the very definition of truth and beauty. The goddess's voice, when it finally broke the silence, was a storm unleashed. It was a sound that echoed through the mountains, shaking the very foundations of the earth, a voice that carried the weight of centuries of divine authority. Her words, laced with the cold fury of a goddess scorned, echoed the unforgiving judgment that was about to be delivered. Your skill is undeniable, mortal. Athena's voice boomed, each syllable a thunderclap. But your arrogance is a transgression that cannot be tolerated. You have dared to challenge the gods, to expose our flaws, to paint us not as the paragons of perfection, but as flawed beings, subject to the same frailties as mortals. The ground beneath Arachne's feet trembled. The vibrant colors of her tapestry seemed to dim, their brilliance dulled by the encroaching shadow of Athena's wrath. A wave of icy dread washed over her, a chilling premonition of what was to come. The air itself felt thick with the weight of divine judgment, heavy and inescapable. This was not a mere contest. This was a confrontation with the very fabric of reality. Athena raised her hand, and a blinding flash of light erupted, illuminating the mountain in a searing white brilliance. The light was not warm. It was sharp, cutting, radiating an unbearable intensity that threatened to scorch the very soul. Arachne shielded her eyes, her body involuntarily recoiling from the force of the divine power unleashed. The air vibrated with a power that threatened to tear apart the mountain, to shatter the very essence of existence. The transformation began subtly. A tingling sensation spread through Arachne's limbs, a creeping numbness that replaced the familiar responsiveness of her muscles and nerves. Her skin began to itch, a maddening irritation that spread across her body like wildfire. She felt a strange tightening in her chest, as if her lungs were shrinking, her breath becoming shallow and ragged. Her fingers, once so nimble and precise, began to cramp, losing their familiar dexterity. The very essence of her being seemed to be shifting, transforming, morphing into something unfamiliar, something alien. The change was not merely physical. It was a profound alteration of her consciousness, a merging of her mortal self with the raw, untamed energy of the natural world. Her perception of reality altered. The world around her began to blur. The mountain, the sky, the trees, all merging into a swirling kaleidoscope of sensations. She felt a sudden connection to the earth, to the ancient stones, to the roots that snaked beneath the soil. It was a connection both terrifying and exhilarating, a merging of her identity with the very fabric of nature itself. The pain intensified, a searing fire that consumed her from the inside out, her body contorted, her bones shifting, reshaping themselves in response to some unseen, irresistible force. Her fingers elongated, becoming impossibly thin and delicate. Her arms, her legs, stretched and thinned, losing their human shape. Her skin hardened, developing a resilient, almost chitinous texture. Her hair, once a rich, lustrous black, transformed into a myriad of fine, shimmering threads, clinging to her newly formed body like a gossamer shroud. The transformation was complete. Where once stood Arachne, a woman of exceptional skill and unwavering spirit, now stood a creature of exquisite fragility and extraordinary resilience. She was a spider, the first of her kind, forever bound to the art that had both defined and destroyed her. Her eyes, once full of life and defiance, now held a chilling clarity. They reflected not anger or resentment, but a profound understanding, a startling awareness of the interconnectedness of existence, of the delicate balance between the mortal and the divine. The transformation was not merely a punishment, it was a metamorphosis, a shift in perspective. Arachne's pride, once a driving force in her life, had been broken. In its place was a quiet dignity, born of humility and a newfound understanding of her place in the world. Athena, witnessing the transformation, felt a pang of something akin to regret. Her wrath, fueled by her own pride and the fear of losing her position, had led to a drastic and irrevocable act. The perfection of her own tapestry, a symbol of her unblemished authority, seemed paltry compared to the raw, untamed beauty of the spider before her. Arachne's defiance, initially viewed as a threat, now revealed itself as an act of courage, a testament to the unwavering human spirit's capacity for truth and rebellion. The mountain stood silent, witnesses to the power of both divine wrath and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. Arachne, in her new form, began to weave. Her web, far from being a symbol of imprisonment, became an expression of newfound artistry. It was a testament to her understanding of the delicate interconnectedness of life, a testament to her ability to find beauty even in suffering. to find meaning in the threads of her own transformed existence. The threads of her life, once tightly woven around her own ambition, now spun a new narrative, a narrative of transformation, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit to transcend even the wrath of the gods. The mountain air hummed with a new rhythm, a song of sorrow and acceptance, a song of metamorphosis and renewal. The spider, once a mortal woman, now spun a different kind of magic, a magic woven from the threads of her own transformed being. The sun, peeking through the clouds, cast long shadows across the mountain, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Arachne's life, a chapter written not in silk and threads, but in the intricate geometry of her web, a symbol of both captivity and newfound freedom. Chapter 2. The Spinner's Web. The world swam into focus, not as a vibrant tapestry of color and light, but as a blur of sensations. Each leg, impossibly thin and delicate, twitched with a life of its own, each movement sending a cascade of information through her newly formed nervous system. The air vibrated with 1,000 unseen currents, a symphony of scents and sounds that overwhelmed her senses. The once familiar texture of earth and stone became a landscape of tactile wonders. The roughness of the bark, the softness of moss, the coolness of damp soil, a world explored not through sight, but through touch, through the myriad sensations conveyed by her 8 exquisitely sensitive legs. Grief, raw and visceral, clawed at her, a relentless tide, threatening to drown her in despair. Her human hands, her nimble fingers, her ability to weave intricate tapestries were gone, replaced by these spindly appendages, delicate and fragile, yet surprisingly strong. The silk, once a tool of her artistic expression, now poured from her body involuntarily, an unending stream of creation that she had no conscious control over. The feeling was a cruel mockery of her former artistry, a constant reminder of her loss. She was a spider, a creature of instinct and reaction, her life dictated by the rhythm of her own body, a cycle of hunger, spinning, and survival. This was not the life she had envisioned, the life she had fought for. Days bled into nights. The sun rose and set, painting the mountainside in hues of gold and purple. But Arachne saw little of it. Curled in a darkened crevice, she allowed herself to succumb to the depths of her despair. The silk, her involuntary creation, formed a chaotic, tangled mess, a reflection of the turmoil within her. She was adrift, lost in a sea of grief, her once vibrant spirit dulled by the crushing weight of her transformation. The echoes of Athena's wrath continued to reverberate within her, a constant reminder of her defeat. Yet, within this despair, a spark of something new began to ignite. It was a tiny ember, barely visible, but it burned with a persistent, stubborn light. It was not a rejection of her new reality, but a curious exploration of it. Her legs, once sources of frustration, began to reveal their magic. The delicate touch of each leg, the countless tiny hairs that conveyed vibrations and scents, opened up a whole new world of perception. She felt the subtle tremor of the ground, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the beating wings of an insect nearby, all experiences she had never accessed as a human. The intricate geometry of her web, once a chaotic mess, began to take shape. As her sadness slowly eased, a different kind of artistry started to unfold. Each thread spun was a deliberate act of creation, not born of human ambition, but of a profound understanding of her new body. The web was no longer a symbol of her defeat. It was an extension of herself. It was a testament to her ability to adapt, to find meaning in the unexpected. She discovered a surprising beauty in the patterns of her web. Each line, each curve, was a dance of precision and grace. The intricate spirals, the delicate radial connections, resonated with a hidden order, a harmony that mirrored the natural world. She learned to weave with deliberate intent, weaving messages in the patterns, communicating with other creatures. The heightened senses of her arachnid form became her new tools of expression. She could taste the air, identifying the myriad scents of flowers and plants, the decaying earth, the subtle pheromones of insects. She could sense the vibrations of the mountain, the pulse of life beneath the soil. It was a form of perception beyond the limits of her human experience, a new level of sensitivity that granted her profound insight into the interconnectedness of all living things. Her grief did not vanish entirely. It was a part of her, a shadow that lingered at the edges of her consciousness, but it no longer consumed her. It had become a part of her story, a source of empathy, enabling her to understand the plight of other creatures, to sense the delicate fragility of life itself. The transformation, once a source of suffering, became an awakening to a different kind of artistry, a different kind of beauty. The moonlight bathed her web in an ethereal glow, turning the silken threads into strands of liquid silver. She saw reflections in the dewdrops clinging to the delicate strands, shimmering images of herself, a spider, yet not entirely alien, a familiar spark remained, a core of her human spirit, resilient, unwavering. This was not the end, but a transformation, a metamorphosis that had stripped her of her human pride only to reveal something deeper, her intrinsic ability to adapt, to create, to find beauty in the unexpected. The rhythmic pulse of her 8 legs became a meditative dance, a fusion of her human creativity with the innate instincts of her arachnid self. Each web she spun was a masterpiece, a testament to her resilience, a reflection of the intricate tapestry of life. Her new form allowed her to experience the world in ways she had never imagined. She became an intricate part of the mountain, an observer of its subtle rhythms, and a participant in its silent drama. Her life was now a dance of creation and survival, an exploration of the limits of her newfound form, and an exploration of the depths of her own spirit. One day, a young girl, lured by the beauty of the spider's web, ventured close. Arachne, perched in the center of her masterpiece, felt no fear. She observed the girl's awe, her wonder at the intricate design, and in that moment, Arachne understood something profound. Her suffering had not been in vain. Her transformation had given her a new perspective, an understanding of the interconnectedness of life, a capacity to communicate and connect with the world in ways that were previously impossible. Her art, now more beautiful and intricate than before, would help her communicate this with others and spread the appreciation for even the smallest creatures in the world. Her story, far from being one of defeat, would be one of transformation, of resilience, and of the beauty that can be born from the ashes of grief. The mountains echoed with a new song, a song spun from the threads of a spider's web, a song of hope and transformation, a testament to the enduring spirit of Arachne, the spinner, the weaver of a new reality. The web, a symbol of her imprisonment, became her canvas, her language, her means of expressing the unique beauty of her new life, a life once defined by the loss of humanity, but now celebrated for the rediscovery of something greater. Her 8 legs moved with a grace she never knew she possessed, their delicate touch painting intricate patterns onto the face of nature, transforming a tragedy into a testament to resilience and adaptation. The wind whispered secrets through the silken strands of her web, a language she was only beginning to understand. No longer did she see the world as a collection of isolated objects, but as a vast, interconnected tapestry where every thread played a crucial role. The dew-kissed leaves, the scurrying insects, the soaring birds, each was a note in a grand symphony, a vibrant expression of life's intricate dance. From her vantage point, suspended between earth and sky, she witnessed the delicate balance, the constant interplay of predator and prey, a drama unfolding with breathtaking precision. The spider, once her symbol of defeat, had become her teacher, revealing the profound beauty of interdependence. She observed a caterpillar inching its way across a leaf, its tiny legs propelling it forward with unwavering determination. Arachne felt a kinship with the creature, a shared understanding of the relentless drive to survive. She watched as a ladybug landed on a petal, its vibrant shell a jewel against the green. The ladybug, oblivious to the looming shadow of a hungry ant, embodied the precariousness of life, the delicate balance between existence and annihilation. And yet, within this precariousness, there was a profound beauty, a testament to the resilience of life, its ability to flourish even in the face of constant threat. Her web, once a chaotic expression of grief, now became a precise reflection of this newfound understanding. She wove with a deliberate intention, creating intricate patterns that mirrored the cyclical rhythms of nature. The spirals and radial lines were not merely aesthetic choices, but a coded language communicating with other creatures, sending messages of warning, invitation, or simply acknowledging their presence. She learned to interpret the vibrations transmitted through the silken threads, sensing the approach of a bird, the movement of an insect, the subtle tremors of the earth itself. Her web was no longer a prison, but an extension of her senses, a conduit connecting her to the intricate pulse of the mountain. The silk, once a source of involuntary creation, was now a tool of conscious artistry. Each thread was a deliberate choice, a reflection of her newfound humility and understanding. She experimented with different textures and thicknesses, creating patterns that shifted and changed with the light, reflecting the ever-shifting moods of the mountain. The web she now spun were not mere traps. They were works of art, intricate tapestries that captured the essence of her new reality. The sun, rising each morning, cast its golden light upon her creations, transforming the silken threads into threads of pure gold. The moon, in its nocturnal journey, painted them with silvery hues, creating a magical spectacle that captivated the heart. Even the rain, falling in gentle showers, added its own artistry, transforming the web into a shimmering masterpiece, each droplet a tiny prism reflecting the light. One day, a small bird, its feathers the color of amethyst, became entangled in her web. Arachne felt a pang of guilt, a flicker of the old human empathy, but quickly realized the bird was merely caught, not harmed. Instead of feeling the triumph of a successful hunt, she felt a responsibility, a need to act with careful, deliberate movements. She loosened the silken strands, freeing the bird. The bird, startled but unharmed, chirped its thanks before soaring into the sky. This act, seemingly small, marked a profound shift in Arachne's perception. Her former ambition had been replaced by a deep compassion, a recognition of the interconnectedness of all living things. She began to understand the intricate dance of life and death, the constant cycle of creation and destruction that shaped the mountain's ecosystem. She observed the delicate balance between predator and prey, recognizing that her own existence was part of this grand, intricate web. The spiders, once seen as monstrous creatures, were now fellow inhabitants of the mountain, each playing its role in the delicate dance of nature. She watched them spin their webs, their movements as intricate and mesmerizing as her own. Her solitude, once a source of isolation, became a refuge, a space for introspection and artistic expression. The mountain became her muse, its beauty inspiring her to create more intricate, more evocative webs. The intricate patterns of her webs were a language, a communication, not only with other creatures, but also with herself. Each web was a reflection of her emotional state, a mirror of her thoughts and feelings. Her transformation was not merely a physical change, but a spiritual one. She had been stripped of her human pride, her arrogance replaced by a newfound humility. She discovered a different kind of power, a power that stemmed not from dominance, but from understanding, the power to observe, to learn, to connect, to create. This was a power far greater than any she had possessed as a human. The echoes of Athena's anger still lingered, but they were no longer a source of shame or despair. She saw them now as a catalyst, a turning point that had led her to discover a deeper truth, a profound connection to the natural world. Athena's wrath had been a necessary step in her transformation, a crucible that had forged her into something new, something stronger, something more connected. The nights were filled with the sound of crickets, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the rhythmic pulse of her own legs. The moonlight bathed her web in a silver glow, creating a magical spectacle that filled her with a sense of peace and wonder. She was no longer the proud weaver, but the spinner, the artist who found beauty in the unexpected, the creator who found her true voice in the silence of the mountains. Her art was not meant to impress or dominate, but to communicate, to connect. She was a part of the mountain, a living thread in its intricate tapestry. Her webs were not just traps, but messages, invitations, and warnings. They were a dialogue with the world, an expression of her newfound understanding of the delicate balance between life and death, creation and destruction. She was the weaver of a new story, a story of transformation, resilience, and the profound beauty of interconnectedness. Her art was a testament to the power of adaptation, the ability to find beauty and meaning in the unexpected. The transformation, though painful, had been a catalyst for her growth, opening her to a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The spinner's web, once a symbol of her punishment, became her masterpiece, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the profound beauty of nature's intricate dance. The echoes of Athena's wrath faded into the background, replaced by the harmonious rhythm of her 8 legs, the steady pulse of life itself. Her story, far from being one of defeat, was a testament to the resilience of the spirit and the discovery of a new form of artistry, one born from humility and a deep understanding of the interconnected world she now inhabited. The silk, once a rebellious cry against fate, now became her medium for a different kind of storytelling. Her webs, no longer haphazard traps, evolved into intricate tapestries, each strand a deliberate stroke, each pattern a carefully considered symbol. The chaotic swirls of her grief gradually gave way to a more structured design, reflecting the order she was finding within herself. She began to weave symbols into her creations, the sun and moon representing the cyclical nature of life and death, the mountains mirroring her solitary existence and the strength she found within her isolation, the rivers symbolizing the constant flow of change and adaptation. One moonless night, she spun a web that shimmered with an ethereal luminescence. It depicted a spider not as a monstrous creature, but as a symbol of resilience. Its delicate legs moving with a purposeful grace. This was a self-portrait, an acceptance of her new form, a recognition of the power and beauty she found in her transformed state. The web pulsed with a soft inner light, a testament to her evolving understanding of the world. As seasons changed, so did the character of her webs. The vibrant greens of spring transformed into the fiery oranges and reds of autumn. Mirrored in the colors she now coaxed from her silk, she learned to manipulate the silk's density, creating textures that ranged from the delicate softness of a newborn skin to the rigid strength of mountain rock. She experimented with incorporating natural elements into her creations. Dew-kissed leaves, fallen petals, iridescent insect wings, transforming her webs into living, breathing masterpieces. The patterns themselves began to tell a story, a visual narrative of her journey. The initial chaotic spirals, indicative of her despair and anger, slowly transformed into more complex and deliberate designs. She began to weave concentric circles, representing her journey inward, her exploration of her own inner landscape. Radial lines emanating from a central point depicted her connection to the natural world, to the mountain, to the intricate web of life that surrounded her. The symbols she incorporated were not simply decorative elements. They were imbued with meaning, reflecting her changing emotional state, her growing understanding of her new reality. She learned to read the language of the wind, the subtle tremors of the earth, the vibrations that traveled through her silken threads. Her webs became sensitive instruments, capable of detecting the approach of creatures, sensing the subtle shifts in the mountain's atmosphere. She could feel the pulse of life itself, a constant rhythm that permeated the world around her. One day, a group of travelers stumbled upon her web, its intricate design mesmerizing them. They were awestruck by the artistry, the sheer skill and precision of her work. They saw not a monster's trap, but a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, a poignant reflection of beauty born from adversity. Their appreciation was a balm to her soul, a confirmation that even in her transformed state, she could still connect with others, still share her art. Her webs became a source of wonder, a beacon of beauty in the vast expanse of the mountain. Creatures of all kinds were drawn to their intricate designs. Birds perched upon them, their delicate feathers brushing against the silken threads. Insects crawled across them, their tiny legs leaving trails in their wake. Even larger mammals would pause to observe, their eyes reflecting the captivating brilliance of her creations. The mountain itself seemed to respond to her art. The wind whispered secrets through the silken strands. The sun painted the webs with golden hues. The moon bathed them in a silvery glow. It was a collaboration, a harmonious exchange between the artist and her surroundings, her solitude, once a source of isolation, became a communion, a connection to the natural world that transcended mere observation. Her webs were no longer static structures. They were living, breathing entities, constantly evolving, changing with the shifting seasons, reflecting her fluctuating emotions. They were a testament to her adaptability, her resilience, her ability to find beauty and meaning in her transformation. They were a language, a conversation with the mountain, with the creatures that shared its space, and with herself. The old Arachne, the proud weaver, was gone. In her place was a being of profound wisdom and humility, whose art transcended mere skill, becoming an expression of her spiritual journey. She had woven a new story, a story of transformation, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit. Her webs, once a symbol of her punishment, had become her legacy, a testament to her enduring artistry and her profound connection to the natural world. She was the spinner, the weaver of a new kind of magic, a magic woven from silk, from moonlight, from the very essence of the mountain itself. Her story was a song, sung not in words, but in the intricate designs of her webs, in the shimmering silk that caught the light, in the delicate patterns that reflected the rhythm of life itself. The echoes of Athena's anger faded, replaced by the gentle whisper of the wind, the soft rustle of leaves, and the rhythmic pulse of her 8 legs. She was home, woven into the fabric of the mountain, a living testament to the enduring power of adaptation, the ability to find beauty and meaning even in the most unexpected circumstances. Her transformation was complete, and her art, born from sorrow, had blossomed into a testament to the resilience and creativity of the human spirit, forever intertwined with the delicate beauty of the natural world. The mountain was her canvas, the silk her voice, and her webs the unending song of her transformed life. The first to approach cautiously were the birds. A tiny wren, its feathers the color of burnt umber, landed tentatively on a web shimmering with the iridescent hues of a captured sunset. It hopped from strand to strand, its weight barely disturbing the delicate architecture. Arachne watched, her multiple eyes tracking its movements. The wren, instead of fleeing, began to chirp, a series of high-pitched notes that vibrated through the silken threads. Arachne felt a strange resonance, a silent conversation unfolding between her and the tiny creature. The wren's song, she sensed, was not just a melody, but a story, a tale of its travels, of the hidden springs it had discovered, of the sun-drenched meadows where it had built its nest. Encouraged, Arachne began to weave responses. She didn't use sound, but the very structure of her web became a language. She manipulated the silk, creating intricate patterns that mirrored the wren's song, a visual echo of its narrative. She used thicker strands to represent the sturdy branches of the trees, thinner ones for the delicate blades of grass, and incorporated the fallen petals of wildflowers to depict the vibrant meadows. The wren, seemingly understanding, responded with more complex chirps, its song weaving a richer, more detailed narrative. The exchange continued for hours, a silent dialogue woven into the fabric of the web. News of Arachne's extraordinary communication spread through the forest. Squirrels, their bushy tails twitching with curiosity, began to investigate her webs. They weren't as subtle as the wren, their movements more boisterous. Yet Arachne welcomed their presence. She incorporated acorns and nuts into her creations, using them as punctuation marks in her visual language. The squirrels, in turn, left behind small gifts, a shiny pebble, a feather, a dew-kissed leaf, as tokens of their understanding. Their interactions were a playful dance of symbols, a silent conversation woven into the very texture of the mountain forest. Even larger creatures, creatures Arachne had once feared, approached with a newfound respect. A majestic deer, its coat the color of polished mahogany, paused before a web depicting the journey of a migrating river. It lowered its head, its breath misting in the cool night air, and seemed to study the patterns. Arachne felt a surge of empathy for this creature, understanding its silent plea for connection, its longing for shared stories. She altered the pattern of the web, adding intricate symbols representing the deer's own journey, its experiences in the forest, its search for sustenance and safety. The deer, sensing this silent exchange, gently nudged the web with its nose, a gesture of gratitude and understanding. Over time, Arachne's webs became the heart of the mountain forest. They weren't merely traps, nor simply artistic expressions. They were a vital network of communication, a shared language that connected creatures large and small. A fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, would leave behind a trail of paw prints, telling a story of a chase, a hunt, a near escape. A badger would carefully arrange pebbles in a specific sequence, a coded message about the location of a hidden berry patch. Even the trees themselves seemed to participate. The wind would whisper secrets through the silken strands, carrying the scents of the forest, the songs of unseen birds, the rustling of leaves. Arachne would incorporate these natural elements into her creations, weaving the whispers of the wind, the scent of the pines, into the very fabric of her art. One day, a storm raged through the mountain, threatening the forest with destruction. The wind howled, tearing at the trees. The rain lashed down, threatening to wash away everything in its path. Arachne, feeling the fear of the creatures around her, began to weave a protective web, a shimmering dome of silk that sheltered the smaller animals from the storm's fury. It was a web unlike any she had ever created before, stronger, more resilient, imbued with a protective energy that pulsed with light. The animals, huddled beneath its sheltering embrace, feeling safe and protected. When the storm subsided, a sense of gratitude filled the forest. The creatures, their lives spared by Arachne's act of compassion, understood the true power of her art. It was not just a means of self-expression, it was a tool for communication, a source of protection, a testament to the interconnectedness of life. Arachne, once isolated and misunderstood, was now the heart of the community, the weaver of a new kind of magic, a magic born from empathy, resilience, and the profound understanding of the natural world. Her webs, once symbols of her punishment, now served as bridges, connecting her to the other inhabitants of the mountain. They weren't merely beautiful creations, they were pathways leading to shared experiences, to understanding, to a sense of community that transcended species and differences. She taught the creatures to use the webs to tell their own stories, to express their own unique perspectives. A caterpillar, inching its way across a silken strand, left behind a trail of shimmering dew, a narrative of its slow and determined journey. A family of owls used the webs as a canvas, leaving behind feather patterns, creating a visual chronicle of their nightly hunts. The webs became a living library, a testament to the diverse stories and experiences that unfolded within the mountain forest. Arachne's life, once a solitary existence, had blossomed into a rich tapestry of connection and shared experience. She found solace not in isolation, but in the vibrant community she had inadvertently created. Her art, no longer a source of pride or a symbol of her humiliation, had become a bridge, a conduit for communication, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. She was no longer just a spinner, she was a storyteller, a teacher, a guardian of the mountain forest. The whispers on the wind now carried not tales of anger and judgment, but messages of hope, resilience, and the unifying power of art. Arachne's story, once a tragedy, had transformed into a celebration of her adaptability, her compassion, and the profound beauty she had woven into the very fabric of the mountain. The transformation was complete. The spider, once scorned and punished, now spun a web that embraced and connected, creating a harmonious symphony of life within the heart of the mountain forest. Her life was a testament to the power of art to heal, to connect, and to transform, weaving together a narrative of forgiveness, empathy, and the enduring power of the human, or in her case, arachnid, spirit. The webs themselves continued to evolve, reflecting the ever-changing landscape of the forest, the stories of its inhabitants, and the enduring spirit of the spinner, forever bound to her art, forever entwined with the magic of the mountain. The wind whispered her name, not in sorrow, but in celebration. Arachne, the spinner, the weaver, the storyteller, had found her home, not in the sky, not in human form, but in the heart of the forest, embraced by the creatures she had once feared, surrounded by the beauty she had created. Her legacy was not a curse, but a gift of connection, a gift of understanding, a gift of life itself, woven into the very essence of the mountain. The seasons turned, painting the mountain in hues of emerald, gold, and finally the stark beauty of winter's white. Arachne's webs, once a testament to her isolation, now pulsed with the vibrant life of the forest. They became a living tapestry, reflecting the changing moods of nature, the rhythms of the seasons, and the stories of the creatures who called the mountain home. The delicate strands, shimmering with dew in the morning sun, held the weight of snowflakes in winter, their resilience a mirror of Arachne's own. The smaller animals, those who had once fled from her, now sought refuge in her webs. A family of field mice built a cozy nest amongst the silken threads, their tiny paws carefully weaving themselves into the intricate patterns. A family of voles found warmth and shelter in the dense heart of a web strung between towering pines, its complex design shielding them from the biting winds. Arachne, observing their movements, learned to adapt her weaving, creating pockets of shelter, safe havens within the larger structure of her art. The larger animals, too, grew to appreciate her work. A mother deer, her fawn trembling beside her, would seek shelter in the undergrowth beneath a particularly large web. The intricate designs above providing a sense of safety and security. A grumpy badger, his fur bristling with suspicion, began to use a section of web as a natural extension of his burrow, weaving his own earthy tunnels into its silken structure. This shared space, this merging of their respective worlds, became a symbol of trust, a testament to the growing harmony between Arachne and the forest community. The birds, always her first companions, continued to share their stories. Their songs, once simple melodies, evolved into complex narratives, rich with detail and emotion. Arachne responded in kind, weaving visual echoes of their tales into her webs, the silken threads echoing the flight of eagles, the gentle hopping of sparrows, the frantic dives of kingfishers. The forest floor itself became a canvas, and her webs, the strokes of brush, weaving a vibrant picture of their shared existence. One day, an old owl, wise and ancient, perched on a branch above Arachne's most impressive web. Its eyes, luminous orbs of golden light, seemed to pierce the very heart of the silken tapestry. For a long moment, the owl studied Arachne's work, and then it hooted, a low, resonant sound that echoed through the forest. It was not a sound of judgment or anger, but of understanding, of acceptance. The owl's words, translated by the rustling wind and the whispering leaves, spoke of Arachne's transformation, of her journey from despair to acceptance, from anger to understanding. It spoke of the resilience of the human spirit, the enduring power of art, and the interconnectedness of all living things. It spoke of the importance of empathy, of understanding, and of the beauty that can be found in even the most unexpected places. The owl's message spread throughout the forest, becoming a legend whispered on the wind, carried on the wings of the birds, and etched into the very heart of the mountain. Arachne's story became a symbol of adaptation, resilience, and the interconnection of all life, a testament to the transformative power of nature and the strength of the human spirit, even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds. The creatures of the mountain learned to read the language of her webs, to understand the silent stories they told, the patterns of silk, the incorporation of natural elements, the subtle variations in texture. All these became a form of communication, a shared language that transcended species, differences, and even the limitations of traditional speech. The webs themselves evolved, becoming even more intricate, more complex, reflecting the ever-changing dynamics of the forest ecosystem. They recorded the cycles of life and death, the birth of new creatures, the passing of old ones. They documented the weather patterns, the shifting seasons, the subtle changes in the landscape. They became a living archive of the mountain's history, a silent testament to the resilience of nature and the enduring power of connection. Arachne's life, once defined by isolation and despair, blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of community and shared experience. She learned that true art wasn't about individual glory or self-expression, but about connection, understanding, and the celebration of life in all its forms. She discovered that even in the depths of suffering, there is the possibility of transformation, of growth, of finding beauty and purpose in the most unexpected of places. Her solitude was replaced by a deep sense of belonging. She was no longer the outcast, the one punished by the gods, but the heart of a community, the weaver of a new kind of magic, a magic born not of power or dominance, but of empathy, compassion, and a profound understanding of the natural world. Her webs were no longer a symbol of her punishment, but a testament to her resilience, her creativity, and her ability to find peace and acceptance in her new life. The mountain itself seemed to acknowledge her transformation. The wind whispered her name through the trees, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The sun warmed her silken creations, bathing them in a golden light. The stars, in their silent majesty, seemed to twinkle in approval. Arachne's legacy is not merely that of a skilled weaver, but that of a symbol of resilience and adaptation. Her story serves as a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the human spirit can find a way to heal, to connect, and to transform. Her story, once a tragedy, is now a testament to the power of forgiveness, the strength of community, and the enduring beauty of the natural world. The webs she weaves are not just intricate works of art, they are bridges connecting the creatures of the mountain, a testament to the power of art to create harmony, understanding, and acceptance, weaving together a narrative of redemption and transformation. Her tale is a song of resilience, a celebration of life, and a testament to the enduring spirit of a woman who learned to find peace, not in defiance, but in harmony with the world around her. Chapter 3: The Interwoven Threads of Fate. The whispers of Arachne's tale, carried on the wind and woven into the fabric of the mountain's very being, began to seep into the lives of the humans who lived at its base. Generations passed, each inheriting the legend, shaping it and reshaping it, embellishing it with their own hopes and fears, their own understanding of the intricate dance between the mortal and the divine. The women, especially, felt a kinship with her. They saw in her story a reflection of their own struggles, their own triumphs, their own quiet defiance in the face of patriarchal power. Initially, Arachne's tale was a cautionary one, a warning against the dangers of unchecked ambition. The mothers would use it to tame the rebellious spirit of their daughters, a reminder that pride could lead to ruin, that defying the gods came with a heavy price. The story was a stark depiction of the consequences of hubris, of challenging those in authority, a tale that resonated with the societal constraints imposed upon women. Her transformation into a spider, initially perceived as a punishment, served as a potent image of female subjugation, a chilling reminder of the power wielded by the divine, a power often used to control and confine. But as time went on, a shift occurred. The narrative evolved, becoming something far more nuanced, far more complex. The emphasis shifted from the tragedy of her fall to the resilience of her spirit, from the punishment to the transformation. The women began to focus on Arachne's artistry, her skill, her unwavering dedication to her craft. They admired her tenacity, her refusal to give up even in the face of insurmountable odds. The exquisite detail of her webs, even in their new form, became a symbol of perseverance and creative ingenuity. The intricate patterns she spun became a source of inspiration, a testament to the enduring power of female creativity. Young girls, observing the spider's work, began to mimic its delicate movements, their fingers weaving intricate patterns in rushes and grasses, their imaginations mirroring the complexity of Arachne's webs. They found empowerment in her story, seeing in her a reflection of their own creative potential, their own capacity for resilience. The spider's ability to transform her experience into art became a potent symbol of feminine strength, a demonstration of the power of creation in the face of adversity. The legend became woven into the fabric of their lives, appearing in their songs, their stories, their dances, and their art. They depicted her not just as a punished figure, but as a weaver of fate itself, her webs representing the interconnectedness of all things. The stories changed, becoming more allegorical. Arachne's webs, once a prison, became a symbol of resilience, a testament to the ability to find beauty and purpose even in the most challenging of circumstances. Her transformation wasn't merely a punishment, it was a metamorphosis, a shift from one kind of power to another, from the power of defiance to the subtle, persistent power of creation. The image of Arachne, once one of shame and isolation, became a powerful symbol, a potent reminder of the strength found in adaptation and the resilience of the female spirit. She was not simply a victim of divine wrath, but a testament to the enduring human spirit, capable of finding new forms of expression and connection, even in the face of devastating loss. The spider became a protector, its web a metaphor for the interconnectedness of life, the intricate network that holds all things together. The reverence for Arachne's craftsmanship grew, her skill transforming into a symbol of female empowerment. Mortals began to interpret Arachne's transformation less as divine punishment and more as a profound shift in perspective, a mystical transition to a new form of power. The exquisite delicacy and strength of her webs, a testament to her enduring skill, became a symbol not just of artistic genius, but of a resilience that transcended the limitations of her human form. Her story became a celebration of female creative power, a potent narrative that challenged the patriarchal structures that had once confined her. The stories told around campfires and hearth fires evolved. They no longer focused solely on Arachne's defiance of Athena, but on her astonishing ability to create beauty from adversity. Her webs, once considered a symbol of her punishment, became a testament to her unwavering spirit, a representation of the intricate and often invisible forces that shape human lives. Each generation added to the story, creating a rich tapestry of meaning that mirrored the ever-evolving understanding of the human condition. The women, in particular, found solace and strength in Arachne's story. They saw in her a reflection of their own experiences, the limitations imposed upon them, the struggles they faced, and their incredible capacity to overcome adversity. They learned to view Arachne not as a cautionary tale, but as an inspiration, a woman who transformed suffering into art, who found a new kind of power in her new form. The reverence for Arachne's spirit became intertwined with their understanding of their own inner strength. The myths surrounding Arachne evolved to reflect this changed perspective. She was no longer merely the weaver who dared to challenge a goddess, but a powerful symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the face of defeat, creativity and perseverance can create extraordinary beauty and transform suffering into something meaningful. Her transformation became a metaphoric representation of the female spirit's ability to adapt and thrive, weaving new destinies from the threads of adversity. The human communities at the foot of the mountain incorporated the image of the spider, both in its fearful and its powerful aspects, into their cultural practices. They found echoes of Arachne's resilient spirit in their daily lives, celebrating her tenacity and creativity. The spider's web became a potent symbol in their rituals and ceremonies, representing both the delicate and complex tapestry of life and the interconnectedness of all things. Arachne's legacy was not just a story, but a living presence, shaping their beliefs, their traditions, and their perception of the world. The artists among them began to portray Arachne not as a fallen figure, but as a figure of transformation. Their paintings and sculptures depicted her as a majestic spider, her webs radiating power and beauty, her very existence a defiance of traditional narratives of female subjugation. The symbolism of her webs grew richer, representing the intricate connections between human lives, the interwoven threads of fate, and the subtle power of the natural world. The narratives became more than simple tales. They transformed into potent metaphors, reflecting the complex realities of their own existence. Arachne's story spoke to their own struggles against patriarchal systems, against the societal constraints that limited their opportunities. It was a narrative of empowerment, reminding them of their inherent strength and the capacity for creativity even in the face of adversity. The mountain itself seemed to become a repository of Arachne's legacy, its very landscape echoing her story. The winding paths that crisscrossed its slopes mirrored the intricate patterns of her webs, connecting different communities, different aspects of life in a complex network of human experience. The mountain, which once held witness to her solitary struggle, became a testament to her enduring legacy, its very structure reflecting the resilience and adaptability that Arachne embodied. And so, the legend of Arachne, born from a tale of tragedy, blossomed into a powerful symbol of female resilience and the transformative power of creativity. Her story, woven through generations, served as a constant reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the human spirit, especially the female spirit, possesses an enduring strength capable of shaping not only its own destiny, but also the narratives that define its existence. Her legacy, far from being a cautionary tale, became a song of empowerment, a celebration of transformation, and a tribute to the enduring power of the human spirit to weave its own destiny from the threads of fate. The whispers of Arachne's story, amplified by the wind whistling through the mountain crags, reached even the lofty heights of Olympus. The gods, initially consumed by their own drama and the echoes of Arachne's defiant weaving, found themselves strangely captivated by the unfolding narrative at the mountain's base. Athena, her anger still simmering, watched from her celestial vantage point as Arachne, in her new form, spun webs of such intricate beauty that they seemed to shimmer with an almost divine light. The silken threads, once symbols of mortal hubris, now radiated an unexpected humility, a quiet acceptance of fate's cruel twist. Initially, the other Olympians felt only a lingering amusement. Hera, queen of the gods, found a perverse satisfaction in the spectacle of Arachne's humiliation, a reminder of the absolute power that resided within the divine realm. Zeus, ever the pragmatist, saw it as a necessary lesson, a cautionary tale whispered to mortals regarding the limits of their ambition. But as the seasons turned and Arachne's webs continued to grow in complexity and beauty, a subtle shift began to occur within the hearts of the gods. Poseidon, usually occupied with the tempestuous moods of the sea, found himself drawn to the delicate strength of Arachne's webs. He saw in their intricate structure a reflection of the ocean's currents, the constant flow and ebb of nature's power. He recognized the surprising resilience, the ability to adapt and rebuild, even in the face of the harshest storms. The webs, once symbols of punishment, had become, in his eyes, a testament to the enduring power of adaptation and creativity. Hestia, goddess of hearth and home, was touched by the quiet solitude of Arachne's existence. She observed the unwavering dedication to craft, the meticulous precision with which each thread was placed, and found in it a mirror image of her own devotion to nurturing and creating warmth. Arachne's single-minded focus on her art resonated with Hestia's own quiet strength and perseverance. The lonely spinner's artistry echoed Hestia's own quiet, persistent work. Even Apollo, god of light and music, felt a stirring of admiration. He recognized the artistic genius displayed in Arachne's webs, the intricate patterns and breathtaking designs. He saw not just the technical skill, but the passion, the unwavering commitment to her craft reflected in the shimmering iridescence of her work. He observed the intricate dance between light and shadow within the silken strands, finding parallels with the interplay of music and silence. The goddess of wisdom herself, Athena, slowly saw a different narrative unfolding. As time stretched on, the Olympian gods started seeing more than just a punishment. They witnessed a gradual shift in perspective, not just within Arachne's existence, but within their own understanding of mortality and divine power. The initial anger and satisfaction over Arachne's downfall began to fade, replaced by a curious fascination. They observed her newfound peace, the way her life had woven itself into the very fabric of the mountain's existence. Her webs became a symbol of something unexpected, profound, and utterly captivating: resilience and creation in the face of adversity. The Olympian perspective, typically characterized by rigid concepts of justice and power, began to soften. The initial simplistic understanding of punishment and reward began to unravel, revealing a more nuanced comprehension of the complexities of fate and the transformative power of art. The gods began to appreciate the interconnectedness of their world and the mortal realm in a new and unexpected way. The rigid boundaries between the divine and the mortal, once fiercely defended, began to seem less distinct. Zeus, the king of the gods, known for his often impulsive and sometimes cruel actions, began to acknowledge the unexpected beauty born from the ashes of Arachne's defiance. He saw the transformative power of art, the ability to create something beautiful and enduring from the most challenging of circumstances. he started to ponder the nature of divine power itself, questioning whether true strength lay in absolute control or in the acceptance of unexpected outcomes. He observed Arachne's resilience not as an affront to his authority, but as a potent demonstration of the enduring human spirit. Hera, initially consumed by Arachne's challenge to her authority as the embodiment of the traditional feminine ideal, found herself strangely captivated by Arachne's tenacity. She observed the spider's unwavering dedication to her craft, her ability to find beauty and purpose in a life vastly different from her original expectation. Hera, usually defined by her jealousy and possessiveness, found a glimmer of understanding for Arachne's single-minded pursuit of artistic excellence. This unexpected empathy stirred something within her. It wasn't an outright change of heart, a complete abandoning of her former views, but a subtle crack in the armor of her traditional authority. The image of Arachne's webs stretching out across the mountainside became a mirror reflecting a hidden aspect of her own strength, her own capacity for both creating and controlling. Ares, god of war, often associated with brute strength and unrestrained violence, found himself unexpectedly intrigued by the delicate strength of Arachne's webs. He initially dismissed them as flimsy and insignificant compared to the power of his weapons, but he came to appreciate the patient precision needed to create such intricate structures. He began to recognize that true strength could also be found in subtleties, in endurance, and in the power of creation. Arachne's quiet persistence offered a contrasting image to his more explosive nature. The gods, witnessing Arachne's acceptance of her new reality, began to see a reflection of their own potential for change. They saw the beauty and resilience found within transformation, the power of art to transcend the boundaries of human perception, and the intricate network of fate that connected the divine realm with the mortal world. The story of Arachne, once a tale of divine punishment, evolved into a potent symbol of transformation and resilience. The gods, too, underwent a quiet metamorphosis, their rigid viewpoints subtly softened by the unexpected beauty of Arachne's new life. They began to recognize the subtle power of acceptance, the delicate balance between divine intervention and human agency. They came to understand the true power resided not solely in wielding authority, but in acknowledging the strength and resilience found within the human spirit, and the beauty that blooms from the unexpected turns of fate. The echoes of Olympus reverberated with a newfound understanding, a whisper of humility that softened the edges of divine judgment, forever changing the landscape of their perceptions. The gods, once aloof and judgmental, found themselves strangely enriched by Arachne's story. The tapestry of fate, it seemed, was woven with threads far more intricate and surprising than they had ever imagined. The wind, a tireless weaver itself, carried whispers of Arachne's wisdom across the mountain. Her webs, no longer merely silken traps, had become shimmering tapestries of profound meaning. Each strand, once a symbol of her defiance, now spoke of resilience, a testament to the enduring spirit that could transform even the harshest punishment into an art form. The patterns, complex and ever-shifting, held a language only a select few could decipher. A young shepherdess, Ilara, who often grazed her flock near Arachne's domain, was one such initiate. She wasn't a weaver, but possessed a keen eye for detail and a soul attuned to the subtle rhythms of nature. She saw in Arachne's webs not just intricate designs, but a visual poem, a chronicle of the spider's journey from hubris to humility. The spiral patterns Ilara interpreted represented the cyclical nature of life and death, the constant turning of seasons, the ever-present dance between creation and decay. The radiating spokes, she felt, mirrored the sun's rays, life-giving energy radiating outwards, nourishing and sustaining all creation. Ilara started to notice subtle variations in the webs over time. The patterns shifted with the changing light, with the waxing and waning of the moon, reflecting the ebb and flow of emotions, the intricate interplay of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat. She began to see the webs as a living chronicle, a testament to the ever-changing nature of existence, a delicate map guiding one through the labyrinth of life. She discovered that by carefully observing the subtle changes in the web's architecture, she could predict the weather with uncanny accuracy. A tightening of the spirals heralded an approaching storm, a widening of the spokes, the arrival of a gentle breeze. Word of Ilara's interpretations spread among the mountain folk. They began to view Arachne's webs not with fear, but with a sense of awe and reverence. The webs became a shared text, a source of collective wisdom, helping them navigate the challenges of their lives. A farmer struggling with a failing crop would gaze upon the webs, seeking guidance in their intricate patterns, finding solace in the spider's unwavering persistence. A grieving mother, consumed by her loss, found comfort in the cyclical patterns, recognizing the natural ebb and flow of life and death. The webs became a communal oracle, a source of comfort and inspiration in times of both joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, the gods on Olympus continued their observation, their initial anger replaced by a curious fascination. Hera, always attuned to the dynamics of power, noted the burgeoning respect for Arachne among the mortals. This wasn't the humiliation she had anticipated. Instead, Arachne's transformation had created a new form of power, a subtle influence that resonated through the lives of the mountain folk. It was a power not derived from brute force or divine decree, but from the quiet wisdom woven into the delicate strands of silk. Zeus, ever the pragmatist, recognized the unexpected wisdom in this outcome. He saw that Arachne's punishment, however harsh, had led to a more profound transformation than any divine intervention could have accomplished. The spider's humility had birthed a new form of understanding, a deeper connection between mortals and the natural world. He began to see the limitations of pure power, the importance of acknowledging the resilience of the human spirit, and the often unpredictable consequences of divine intervention. Athena, too, underwent a gradual shift in perspective. The initial sting of Arachne's defiance had begun to fade, replaced by a hesitant admiration for her unwavering dedication to her craft. She saw in Arachne's webs not just technical skill, but a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of life, a knowledge that surpassed the boundaries of her own Olympian wisdom. The spider's intricate work had become a meditation on fate, on the unpredictable flow of time, and the intricate dance between chaos and order. Athena began to understand that true wisdom wasn't just about wielding power, but about recognizing the subtle beauty and resilience that could bloom in the most unexpected places. Poseidon, his heart attuned to the rhythms of the sea, found a profound resonance in Arachne's webs. He saw in their intricate patterns a reflection of the ocean's currents, the constant flux and flow, the ever-changing tides. The webs for him were a living metaphor for the ocean's resilience, its ability to adapt and transform even in the face of the harshest storms. He recognized the quiet power of endurance, the patient persistence that allowed life to flourish even amidst chaos. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, observed the way Arachne's webs seemed to radiate a subtle warmth, reflecting the gentle light of the hearth fire. She saw the spider's solitary life not as a punishment, but as a testament to the quiet dignity of focused work, a persistent dedication to craft. Arachne's unwavering focus on her art echoed Hestia's own commitment to nurturing and protecting the sacred flame. Her dedication to maintaining balance and harmony. Apollo, god of light and music, saw a symphony in Arachne's webs, the delicate interplay of light and shadow within the silk reflected the intricate dance between sound and silence. He saw the webs as a visual score, each strand a note, each pattern a melody, the entire tapestry a masterful composition that evoked a profound sense of beauty and wonder. He began to see the unexpected harmony between seemingly disparate elements, the divine punishment and the exquisite artistry it had produced. Even Ares, god of war, initially dismissive of the spider's delicate work, began to appreciate the resilience and enduring strength represented by the webs. He recognized that persistent creation, meticulous detail, and patience could be as potent a force as brute strength. Arachne's webs, a testament to peaceful perseverance, offered a quiet counterpoint to his own more volatile nature. The gods, initially hardened by their own divine power, began to learn from Arachne's experience. They saw in her transformation a reflection of their own capacity for growth, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to adapt, to transform, to create beauty even in the face of adversity. Arachne's story, once a cautionary tale of divine judgment, became an unexpected lesson in humility, resilience, and the subtle wisdom woven into the intricate tapestry of fate. The spider's webs, once symbols of punishment, had become a source of profound inspiration, a testament to the enduring power of art, and a reminder of the unexpected beauty that can bloom from even the most challenging circumstances. The language of the webs, once understood only by the wind and the shepherdess, began to resonate across Olympus, prompting a quiet revolution in the hearts of the gods themselves. The mountain air vibrated with a new energy, a subtle hum that resonated not just in the rustling leaves and the whispering wind, but in the very fabric of existence itself. Arachne, once a weaver of exquisite silks, now spun webs of unimaginable intricacy, each strand shimmering with an ethereal light. These weren't merely traps for unwary insects. They were living tapestries, pulsating with the rhythms of the mountain, reflecting the ever-changing moods of nature. The transformation hadn't been easy. The initial sting of Athena's wrath, the humiliation of being reduced to a creature so small, so seemingly insignificant. These emotions had been raw and agonizing, but as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, a profound shift began to take place within Arachne's eight-legged form. She discovered a connection to the earth, a deep understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, a wisdom that transcended the limitations of her former human body. Her webs became living conduits, channeling the life force of the mountain. Each thread pulsed with a faint energy, a subtle magic that influenced the very flow of existence. A gentle breeze might weave through her creation, causing the delicate strands to shimmer and dance, subtly shifting the direction of the wind itself. A drop of dew clinging to a silk strand would acquire a potent energy, its healing properties amplified by the magic woven into the web. Ilara, the shepherdess, became Arachne's unwitting apprentice. Observing the spider's artistry, she gradually deciphered the intricate language of the webs. She learned that each pattern held a message, each variation a clue to the intricate dance of life and death, of growth and decay, of creation and destruction. The spirals, once merely decorative, now revealed themselves as a visual representation of the cyclical nature of time, the constant turning of the seasons, the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tides. The radiating spokes, in their subtle changes, foretold the weather, predicting the onset of storms or the arrival of gentle rain. Word of Ilara's interpretations spread far and wide, traveling not through spoken word, but through the very air itself, carried on the wind that danced through Arachne's webs. The mountain people, initially wary of the spider and her seemingly malevolent creations, began to see her as a protector, a wise oracle whose intricate artistry held the secrets of nature's wisdom. They brought their hopes, their fears, their anxieties to the webs seeking guidance and comfort in their complex patterns. A farmer facing a blight that threatened his crops would gaze upon Arachne's work, seeking a hidden message, a path to salvation. A young couple about to embark on a journey would study the web's intricate dance, searching for omens that promised success or warned of potential dangers. The webs became a communal text, a shared source of wisdom that bound the mountain people together in a tapestry of shared hopes and dreams. This subtle influence, this quiet power that flowed from Arachne's creations, even reached the ears of the gods on Olympus. Hera, ever watchful of power dynamics, saw in Arachne's transformation something unexpected. It wasn't the humiliation she had planned. It was something much more profound. The spider's influence wasn't based on brute force or divine decree. It was rooted in understanding, connection, and a profound wisdom that flowed from the very heart of nature. Zeus, ever practical, recognized the unpredictable intelligence of this outcome. He saw the limitations of his own power, the unintended consequences of divine interventions. Arachne's punishment, though initially harsh, had resulted in something far more meaningful, a deeper connection between mortals and the natural world, a shared understanding born of humility and resilience. Athena, too, underwent a transformation. Her initial anger slowly gave way to a hesitant admiration for the spider's unwavering dedication. She saw in Arachne's webs not mere technical skill, but a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of life, a knowledge that surpassed even her own Olympian wisdom. The webs became a meditative tapestry, reflecting the unpredictable flow of time, the intricate dance between chaos and order, the subtle beauty of resilience. The other gods, each in their own way, found meaning in Arachne's new form of power. Poseidon, mirroring the ocean's ever-changing currents, saw the resilience and adaptability symbolized in the web's constant evolution. Hestia, protector of the hearth, recognized the quiet dignity of Arachne's solitary life, the focus and patience that fueled her exquisite craft. Apollo heard a symphony in the interplay of light and shadow within the silk, recognizing the harmonious balance between seemingly opposing forces. Even Ares, god of war, found a subtle strength in the spider's relentless creativity, a persistent force that could match even his own violent energy. Arachne's webs became a symbol not of punishment, but of transformative power, a testament to the unexpected beauty that can arise from adversity. They became a conduit for a new kind of communication, a language that transcended human speech, weaving together the lives of mortals and gods, creating a profound understanding of the interconnectedness of life itself. The silk, once a symbol of hubris, now shimmered with a quiet power, a gentle force that subtly influenced the destinies of the mountain folk and even the gods themselves. The winds carried whispers of her wisdom, weaving a new kind of magic, a magic born not of divine decree but of resilience, understanding, and the enduring spirit of a woman transformed. Her fate, once a tragedy, had become a source of unexpected beauty and inspiration, a testament to the transformative power of nature, art, and the indomitable human spirit. The tapestry of fate, once seemingly rigid and predetermined, now revealed itself as a living, ever-changing work of art, a testament to the ever-evolving relationship between mortals and gods, between nature and creation, between punishment and redemption. The seasons turned above Arachne's mountain home, each change reflected in the subtle shifts of her webs. Spring brought vibrant, burgeoning designs, a riot of color and intricate patterns that mimicked the explosion of wildflowers carpeting the mountain slopes. These webs, unlike the death traps of common spiders, pulsed with a gentle energy, a life force that nurtured the fragile blossoms and attracted pollinating insects. They became sanctuaries, miniature ecosystems teeming with life, miniature reflections of the larger world around them. Summer's webs were bold, expansive, reflecting the sun's golden radiance. Their intricate architecture allowed for the passage of air, creating a microclimate within their silken embrace. The patterns, previously intricate and detailed, took on a broader, more sweeping quality, mirroring the boundless energy of the season. The webs, shimmering like molten gold under the midday sun, became havens for the mountain's creatures, offering respite from the heat and protection from predators. Elara often found herself mesmerized by their strength and beauty, and she witnessed their crucial role in preserving the delicate balance of the mountain's ecosystem. Autumn brought a different kind of magic. The webs, now infused with the rich hues of falling leaves, took on a melancholic beauty. The patterns became more intricate, reflecting the complex process of decay and renewal. The silk itself seemed to absorb the vibrant colors of the season, transforming into a kaleidoscope of fiery reds, burnt oranges, and deep golds. Yet, even in this apparent decline, there was a strength, a quiet resilience mirrored in the web's capacity to withstand the relentless winds of the changing season. They were testaments to the inevitable cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The webs began to incorporate fallen leaves and twigs, subtly blending the natural world into their intricate tapestry. Ilara viewed these autumnal webs as an intricate map of the shifting seasons, forecasting the oncoming winter. As winter's icy grip tightened its hold on the mountain, Arachne's webs transformed once more. The silk, now infused with the ethereal glow of the winter moon, shimmered with an almost otherworldly light. The patterns were simpler, more stark, mirroring the stark beauty of the snow-covered landscape. The webs, however, remained surprisingly resilient, able to withstand the freezing temperatures and biting winds. They were a testament to the spider's enduring strength, a symbol of resilience in the face of adversity. Their stark simplicity held a captivating elegance, and the moonlight amplified the fine thread's ethereal glow. The mountain folk viewed them as a source of hope, a promise of spring's eventual return. But it wasn't merely the aesthetics of the webs that held such profound significance. Ilara, through her continued observations, discovered that Arachne's life cycle was deeply intertwined with the cycles of nature. The spider's molting process, the shedding of her old exoskeleton to make way for a new one, mirrored the cyclical renewal of the land. The old silk, discarded and decaying, became nourishment for the earth, enriching the soil and fostering new growth. This constant process of shedding and rebirth was not a sign of weakness, but a powerful demonstration of resilience and adaptation. Moreover, Arachne's egg sac is meticulously woven and concealed within the heart of her webs, became symbols of hope and the promise of new life. Each sac held the potential for hundreds of spiderlings, each a tiny promise of the future. Their emergence in spring mirrored the vibrant renewal of the mountain itself. The spiderlings, initially small and vulnerable, quickly learned to weave their own miniature webs, a testament to the enduring legacy of their mother's artistry. Ilara saw in this a beautiful analogy for the cyclical nature of life and generations. Each new generation building upon the foundations laid by their predecessors, the webs, through their evolution, also mirrored the evolution of Arachne's own understanding, initially driven by a desire to simply survive. She began to imbue her creations with a deeper purpose. The webs became vessels of her wisdom, communicating profound insights into the interconnectedness of life, the cyclical nature of time, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction. She began to weave prophecies into her work, subtly influencing the lives of the mountain people who consulted her webs for guidance. The patterns became not only aesthetic creations, but also tools for healing, protection, and spiritual insight. The mountain people, once fearful of the spider, had become its protectors. They understood the profound wisdom embedded within her creations. They honored her life cycle, recognizing the intricate dance of creation, destruction, and renewal as a sacred process. The rhythmic cycle of Arachne's life became intertwined with the lives of the villagers, influencing their harvests, their celebrations, and even their rituals. The seasons and the spider's life became inextricably linked, a mirrored reflection of each other. The gods on Olympus, having witnessed this profound transformation, began to reassess their own perceptions of power and justice. Hera, initially satisfied with Arachne's humiliation, was surprised by the unexpected outcome of her punishment. The spider's resilience and her newfound wisdom had sparked a powerful, positive change within the mountain community. It was a power that transcended the bounds of divine intervention, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. Athena, too, experienced a shift in perspective, seeing Arachne's life cycle as a reflection of nature's own cyclical processes. She gained a deeper understanding of the intricate tapestry of fate. She began to see the beauty in the cycle of creation, destruction, and renewal, recognizing the resilience and adaptation as essential components of existence. Arachne's transformation became a source of inspiration for Athena, a reminder that even within limitations, there exists immense potential for growth and transformation. Zeus, ever pragmatic, saw the value in Arachne's newfound wisdom and influence. He recognized the limitations of his own power, the unintentional consequences of divine interventions. Arachne's story became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of fate and the importance of humility. Her life cycle, mirroring the cycles of nature, provided a powerful message. that even within the harsh realities of life, there existed the potential for beauty, renewal, and profound wisdom. The other gods also found profound meaning in Arachne's story. Poseidon, ever changing like the ocean, saw the spider's constant adaptation as a reflection of the ever-shifting currents of time. Hestia, the keeper of the hearth, recognized the quiet strength in Arachne's solitary existence, her unwavering focus on her craft. Apollo, god of light and music, found harmony in the spider's intricate webs, their patterns reflecting the rhythmic balance of creation and decay. Even Ares, god of war, acknowledged the spider's relentless creativity, a subtle strength that rivaled his own fierce energy. Arachne's transformation from a proud weaver to a wise spider had become a legend, a source of inspiration that echoed through the generations. Her life cycle, once a symbol of punishment, now stood as a testament to the enduring power of nature, the transformative capacity of art, and the indomitable human spirit. Her webs, once viewed as traps, now served as intricate maps of the natural world, guides for the mountain people, and mirrors of the ever-evolving tapestry of fate. The circle of life, once perceived as a rigid sequence of events, now revealed itself as a dynamic, fluid process, one filled with renewal, resilience, and the enduring power of connection. The threads of fate, once seemingly interwoven by the gods alone, now pulsed with a new kind of magic, a magic born from the heart of nature, woven from resilience, and powered by the enduring spirit of a woman transformed. Chapter 4: The Web of Connections. The winter's grip finally loosened, yielding to the tentative touch of spring. The snow receded, revealing the earth beneath, a canvas awaiting Arachne's artistry. But this spring was different. The webs, while still retaining their winter starkness in the higher, snow-dusted reaches of the mountain, began to transform at the lower elevations, spreading further than ever before. They weren't merely seasonal displays anymore. They were growing, expanding, connecting. Ilara, watching from her vantage point near the village, gasped. The webs, once confined to the immediate vicinity of Arachne's leisure, were now reaching out, delicate threads stretching across ravines, snaking through the undergrowth, and climbing the ancient oaks that guarded the forest's edge. They weren't haphazard. There was a deliberate, almost architectural design to their expansion. They were connecting everything. A nimble fox, its fur the color of autumn leaves, trotted across one strand, its paws barely disturbing the silken threads. The web didn't break. It yielded slightly, then returned to its original position, a silent testament to its strength and resilience. Ilara watched, mesmerized, as a family of deer gracefully navigated a particularly dense section of the web, their movements fluid and unhindered. The forest, usually a place of silent solitude, was humming with a newfound energy, a silent conversation conducted through the intricate network of Arachne's creation. The transformation wasn't limited to the animal kingdom. The webs were entwining themselves with the forest itself, weaving through the roots of ancient trees, clinging to moss-covered rocks, and even seeming to penetrate the very soil. Ilara noticed that wildflowers, particularly those struggling for sunlight on the forest floor, grew particularly vibrantly where the webs were most dense. The silk, she realized, was acting as a conduit, channeling water and nutrients to the plants, creating pockets of abundant life within the forest's shadowed heart. The old woman, Ilara's grandmother, explained that the webs weren't merely a physical network. They were a living, breathing communication system. The forest speaks to itself through Arachne's creation, she whispered, her eyes reflecting the ancient wisdom of generations. The trees, the animals, the very earth itself, they all share their stories through this magnificent web. Ilara, skeptical at first, began to observe more closely. She noticed subtle variations in the web's patterns, pulsations of light that seemed to indicate the flow of information. She watched as a swarm of bees, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, landed on a section of the web near a particularly vibrant patch of wildflowers. The bees, their tiny legs moving in a complex dance, seemed to be communicating with the web, their movements triggering subtle shifts in the silken threads. The web was a living tapestry, a vibrant ecosystem unto itself, reflecting and responding to every shift in the forest's delicate balance. A predator's approach caused a ripple effect, a silent warning that spread through the network, prompting animals to seek shelter. The subtle changes in the forest's ecosystem, a drought, a storm, the emergence of new life, were all reflected in the web's patterns, its ever-shifting design a mirror of nature's complex symphony. Over time, Ilara realized that the web wasn't just connecting the forest's inhabitants. It was also connecting them to a deeper, more profound understanding of themselves and their place within the natural world. The animals, normally driven by instinct and survival, seemed calmer, more harmonious in their interactions, their movements, their interactions, all seemed guided by a silent, unseen hand that orchestrated a balance that was more refined and meaningful than anything Ilara had witnessed before. Even the villagers felt the web's influence. Their harvests were more abundant, their livestock healthier. There was a sense of unity, a shared understanding that permeated their community. They felt connected, not just to each other, but to the forest, to the very pulse of the earth itself. All thanks to Arachne's extraordinary creation. The web had woven a new kind of magic, a bond between the human and the natural world that transcended boundaries and fostered a deeper understanding of interconnectedness. One day, Ilara noticed a particularly striking change in the web's pattern. A complex spiral, glowing with an ethereal light, pulsed at the heart of the forest. Following the threads that led to it, she discovered a hidden clearing, previously unknown to the villagers. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching toward the sky like gnarled fingers. This oak, Ilara soon learned, was the heart of the forest, the source of its life force, its energy amplified and channeled through Arachne's web. The spiral in the web was not merely decorative, it was a conduit for this energy, a way to channel the forest's life force, its wisdom, and its ancient knowledge into the hearts and minds of all who were connected to the network. Ilara felt the connection intensely as she touched one of the strands, a surge of energy coursing through her, calming and rejuvenating. This connection wasn't just intellectual, it was a visceral experience, a deep feeling of belonging, of being part of something vast and ancient. The forest, once perceived as a collection of individual elements, now revealed itself as a complex and interconnected whole, a living organism bound together by Arachne's creation. The web wasn't simply a spider's silk. It was a living testament to the strength and resilience of nature, a symbol of unity and a profound expression of a woman's artistry and wisdom. It was a reminder that even in transformation, even in the face of adversity, life finds a way to connect, to thrive, and to create something beautiful and meaningful from even the most unexpected circumstances. Arachne's web wasn't just connecting the forest, it was weaving a new narrative for the entire mountain, a narrative that celebrated resilience, interconnectedness, and the enduring power of the feminine spirit. The transformation wasn't just Arachne's, it was a transformation of the world around her, a testament to the far-reaching effects of one woman's art and her unwavering connection to the natural world. The web was a masterpiece, a living testament to the power of connection, and its intricate threads held the promise of a new era, one woven with understanding, empathy, and a deep respect for the delicate balance of life. The whispering wind carried secrets through the newly woven landscape, no longer just a physical structure. Arachne's web pulsed with a life of its own, a silent symphony played on strings of spun moonlight. It wasn't merely connecting the forest, it was becoming the forest's nervous system, a living tapestry that vibrated with the rhythm of the earth. The change was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Elara, now a regular visitor to the heart of the web, noticed that the deer, once merely traversing the silken strands, now paused, their velvety noses twitching, seemingly listening to the web's hum. The squirrels, usually frantic in their movements, slowed, their tiny claws delicately tracing patterns on the shimmering silk. They seemed to be communicating. One evening, while observing a family of badgers meticulously navigating a particularly complex section of the web, Elara witnessed a remarkable event. A badger pup, separated from its mother, whimpered, its distress echoing through the quiet forest. Instantly, the web responded, a wave of light, faint but palpable, rippled outwards from the pup's location, traveling along the silken threads. Within moments, the mother badger, seemingly guided by this invisible pulse, located her young, her relief a tangible presence in the hushed atmosphere. This wasn't mere coincidence. Elara began to meticulously document these interactions, sketching detailed diagrams of the web's patterns and noting the corresponding animal behavior. She realized the web wasn't just a physical structure, it was a language, a complex system of communication that transcended the limitations of spoken words or animal calls. The vibrations in the silk, subtle shifts in tension, and pulses of light all conveyed information, warnings, announcements, requests for help, and expressions of joy or sorrow. The plants, too, were responding. Elara observed that wildflowers near particularly active sections of the web bloomed earlier and more vibrantly than those in other areas. She noticed the delicate tremor of leaves as the wind carried the web's vibrations, the rustling, almost a whispered conversation between the trees and the spider's intricate creation. The forest floor, usually a silent participant in the drama of life, now seemed to hum with a low, almost imperceptible thrum. This wasn't just the wind, it was the web's pulse, felt through the roots, through the soil, reaching into the heart of the earth itself. The web itself was alive, pulsing with a faint, ethereal light. This wasn't the cold gleam of moonlight. It was a warmer, softer glow emanating from within the silken threads themselves. It flickered and danced, reflecting the emotions of the forest, the anxieties of a nesting bird, the quiet contentment of a deer grazing peacefully in a sun-dappled clearing. The light intensified when a new life emerged, a fawn taking its first unsteady steps, a nestling chick breaking free from its shell, and dimmed slightly when a predator passed, its silent warning woven into the web's intricate pattern. One day, Ilara witnessed a truly remarkable sight. A family of owls, perched on a branch, overlooking the heart of the web, engaged in a complex communication through the silk. Their hoots, usually harsh and jarring, were translated into a series of subtle vibrations in the web, a silent dialogue that Ilara could almost understand. The owl's movements, the subtle shift in their posture, the delicate adjustment of their gaze, seemed to be perfectly synchronized with the web's pulsations, as if they were speaking a language that both understood and responded to. This unique communication system wasn't merely about transmitting information. It fostered empathy and understanding among the forest's inhabitants. Predators, usually driven by instinct, seemed to hunt with a new level of restraint, as if guided by the web's subtle warnings, respecting the delicate balance of life it maintained. Animals that would normally clash for resources learned to coexist, their interactions mediated by the web's gentle influence. The entire forest was transforming, becoming a more harmonious, interconnected community. The web's influence extended beyond the immediate vicinity of the forest. Ilara noticed changes in the weather patterns, subtle shifts in the wind and rain, as if the web was somehow influencing the very elements themselves. The stream that snaked through the valley flowed more steadily, its waters clearer and purer, reflecting the tranquility of the forest's heart. This wasn't just coincidence. It was the result of the web's profound connection to the natural world, a powerful influence that extended beyond the physical realm. It was magic, woven into the very fabric of existence. Ilara's understanding of Arachne's creation deepened. It wasn't just a web, it was a living testament to the interconnectedness of all things. It was a language of light and vibration, a symphony of life played on strings of spun moonlight, a powerful symbol of female creativity and its ability to transform the very world around it. It was a bridge, not only between species, but between the physical and spiritual realms, a reminder of the profound interconnectedness that linked all life on Earth. The web was more than a structure. It was a living organism, a pulsating heart of the forest, a testament to the enduring power of the feminine spirit, and at its heart, spun from the very essence of Arachne's being, lay a profound truth. That connection, empathy, and understanding were the true foundations of a harmonious existence. The web was a testament to that truth, a shimmering, pulsing embodiment of a new era, an era woven from understanding, from the vibrant threads of connection and compassion. The shimmering expanse of Arachne's web, once a testament to her artistry, had evolved into something far more profound. It was no longer just a beautiful structure. It was a living, breathing entity, a protective shield woven from moonlight and resilience. The forest, once a passive observer, had become an active participant in this intricate tapestry, its lifeblood interwoven with the silken threads. The changes were subtle at first, almost imperceptible. A hawk, circling high above, hesitated before descending, its keen eyes scanning the shimmering surface. The web, sensing the predator's intent, pulsed with a faint, warning tremor. The deer, grazing in the meadow below, lifted their heads, their senses alert, and subtly shifted their positions, moving away from the hawk's intended trajectory. The web had become the forest's early warning system, a silent guardian against unseen threats. This protective function extended beyond avian predators. One night, a wildfire, sparked by a careless traveler, crept towards the forest's edge. The flames licked at the outer fringes of the web, but instead of being consumed, the silk reacted. A wave of cool energy radiated outwards, a shimmering shield of light that pushed back the encroaching flames, diverting them away from the heart of the forest. The fire, initially fierce and unstoppable, was gradually repelled, its advance slowed and eventually extinguished by the web's ethereal defenses. The trees nearest the fire, usually vulnerable to such threats, remained untouched, their leaves unburnt, their branches unscorched, a silent testament to the web's protective power. But the web's role wasn't solely defensive. It had also become a nurturing force, a provider of sustenance and guidance. The berries on the bushes near the web ripened faster, their sweetness amplified, their nutrients enhanced. The streams flowing through the forest became cleaner, their waters clearer, as if cleansed by the web's ethereal influence. The animals of the forest, once competing for resources, began to cooperate, guided by the web's subtle signals. A family of squirrels, usually fiercely protective of their territory, shared their winter stores with a family of mice, their interaction facilitated by the web's gentle influence. Arachne, in her new form, observed these transformations with a mixture of wonder and humility. The hubris that had once consumed her was now replaced by a deep sense of connection, a profound understanding of her role in the intricate web of life. She was no longer simply a weaver. She was a guardian, a protector, a nurturer. Her art, once a source of pride and ambition, had become a powerful symbol of interconnectedness, a living testament to the feminine principle of nurturing and preservation. The change in Arachne was reflected in the web itself. The threads, once simply beautiful, now pulsed with a vibrant life force, their shimmer intensified by the energy of the forest. The colors deepened, reflecting the seasons, the emotions of the forest's inhabitants. In spring, the web shimmered with a vibrant green, mirroring the new growth around it. In summer, it pulsed with a warm gold, reflecting the sun's abundance. In autumn, it glowed with fiery oranges and reds, a testament to the season's transformative power. And in winter, it shimmered with a cool, silvery light, reflecting the season's quiet beauty. The web's influence extended far beyond the immediate forest. Elara, who had become a close observer of this remarkable phenomenon, noted that the weather patterns around the mountain were subtly shifting. The rains were gentler, the winds less violent, as if the web was influencing the very elements themselves. The air itself felt different, cleaner, filled with a palpable sense of peace and tranquility. The mountain, once a place of isolation, had become a haven, a sanctuary protected by the web's ethereal embrace. One day, a violent storm raged through the mountains. threatening to unleash its fury upon the forest. The wind howled like a banshee. The rain lashed down with relentless intensity, and lightning cracked across the sky. The trees swayed violently, their branches groaning under the pressure of the wind, but the web remained steadfast, its silken threads unyielding, its ethereal glow undimmed. It pulsed with a stronger intensity, its power magnified by the storm's fury. The storm, initially fierce and relentless, seemed to hesitate at the web's edge. Its power gradually dissipated, its rage subdued by the web's protective embrace. When the storm finally subsided, the forest was unharmed, its trees standing tall and proud, their leaves still clinging to their branches, a testament to the web's protective power. Arachne's web wasn't merely a physical structure, it was a symbol of resilience, a beacon of hope in a world threatened by chaos and destruction. It was a testament to the enduring power of the feminine spirit, its ability to create, protect, and nurture. It was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, beauty and strength can prevail, transforming darkness into light, fear into courage, and chaos into harmony. The web was more than a defense. It was a promise, a testament to the enduring power of connection, empathy, and understanding, the true foundations of a harmonious existence. It was a vibrant, pulsating symbol of Arachne's transformation, her journey from a weaver consumed by pride to a guardian embracing humility, her artistry evolving into a protective force, a source of life and renewal. The web, in its infinite complexity, was a reflection of the interconnectedness of all things, a testament to the profound power of the feminine spirit to weave a world of peace and harmony from the threads of resilience and compassion. The story of Arachne wasn't simply one of punishment or transformation. It was a tale of resilience, of growth, and of finding purpose in unexpected places. It showed how even a seemingly destructive act, the transformation into a spider, could lead to a life of profound meaning and contribution to the world. Arachne's web became more than a testament to her skill. It was a symbol of protection, nurture, and the interconnectedness of life, forever changing the narrative of this ancient myth and celebrating the enduring power of the feminine spirit. The mountain, once silent, now hummed with the vibrant energy of the web, a constant reminder of Arachne's enduring legacy. The forest, once vulnerable, was now safe, its inhabitants protected by the shimmering, pulsating heart of Arachne's magnificent creation. And in that protection, in that nurturing embrace, lay the true power of Arachne's artistry, a testament to the enduring strength and beauty of the feminine spirit. The autumnal equinox arrived, painting the mountain in hues of fiery orange and deep crimson. The leaves, once vibrant green, now cascaded down like molten gold, blanketing the forest floor in a tapestry of color that mirrored the changes in Arachne's web. No longer a static structure, the web pulsed with the rhythm of the season, its silken threads shimmering with a rich autumnal glow. The colors deepened, shifting from a fiery orange at dawn to a deep blood red at sunset, reflecting the dramatic changes occurring within the forest. The animals, too, were preparing for winter's approach. Squirrels, their cheeks bulging with harvested nuts, scampered across the web, their tiny paws leaving barely perceptible trails in the silken threads. The birds, their songs silenced by the encroaching cold, gathered in flocks, their movements echoing the subtle vibrations of the web. Even the wind, usually a force of chaos and unpredictability, seemed to respect the web's presence, its gusts becoming gentler, its currents more predictable as it flowed through the intricate silken mesh. The intricate patterns of the web shifted with the season, forming intricate designs that spoke of the forest's hidden rhythms. During the day, the web shimmered with light, catching the sunlight and reflecting it in a dazzling display of color and brilliance. But as night fell, the web transformed. The silken threads glowed with a soft, ethereal light, their luminescence illuminating the forest floor and casting dancing shadows on the trees. The glow wasn't merely decorative. It guided the nocturnal animals, providing a safe passage through the darkness. The fireflies, their tiny lights blinking in the night, seemed drawn to the web, their bioluminescence adding to the magical illumination. Winter arrived with its icy grip, transforming the landscape into a pristine wonderland of snow and ice. The web, however, remained untouched by the cold. Its silken threads, imbued with a magical resilience, were impervious to the frost. Instead of freezing, the web shimmered with a silvery light, reflecting the moon's glow and the soft starlight that pierced the clear winter sky. The patterns changed again, becoming more intricate, more complex, reflecting the quiet beauty and stillness of the season. The web became a beacon of warmth in the frigid landscape, its ethereal glow guiding the lost and offering shelter to the weary. A lone wolf, its fur thick and white, approached the web cautiously, driven by hunger and exhaustion. It had wandered far from its pack. Lost in the blizzard, it paused at the edge of the web, its eyes filled with apprehension. But instead of encountering resistance, the wolf felt a gentle pull, an invitation to approach. It stepped onto the web, and the silken threads, usually resistant to physical weight, yielded gently, supporting the animal's weight as if guided by an unseen hand. The wolf felt a calming energy radiating from the web, soothing its anxieties and calming its hunger. It rested near the heart of the web, the ethereal glow warming it through the blizzard. The web, in its silent wisdom, understood the animal's need and provided the solace it sought. As spring returned, the web transformed once more. The silvery light faded, replaced by a vibrant green that echoed the burgeoning life of the forest. New shoots emerged, unfurling their leaves in the warming sunlight, mirrored in the web's rejuvenated patterns. The birds returned, their songs filling the air with melodies that resonated with the web's gentle vibrations. The animals, their winter lethargy shed, re-emerged from their hibernation, their movements synchronizing with the web's rhythm. The forest, once dormant, pulsed with a renewed vigor, its energy reflected in the web's vibrant glow. The cycle continued year after year, the web evolving alongside the forest. It became a chronicle of the season, a living testament to the interconnectedness of life, death, and rebirth. Each change in the web mirrored the forest's evolution, its patterns mirroring the cycle of life, death, and renewal. The web was no longer simply a creation of Arachne. It was a collaborative artwork, a fusion of Arachne's artistry and the forest's own organic evolution. One summer, a severe drought threatened the forest. The streams dwindled, the leaves withered, and the animals grew desperate for water. Elara, ever observant, noticed a subtle change in the web. Its shimmering gold deepened, becoming almost incandescent. Then, a series of shimmering droplets condensed from the air, forming into tiny beads of water that clung to the silken threads. These droplets grew larger, eventually falling from the web like gentle rain, replenishing the parched earth. The drought, which had threatened to decimate the forest, was mitigated by the web's magical intervention. The life force pulsating through the web extended its influence beyond the forest itself, impacting the surrounding mountain ecosystem. The web's influence even extended to the human settlements on the mountain's outskirts. The villagers, who initially feared Arachne's transformation, began to notice changes in their own lives. The crops yielded more abundantly, the animals were healthier, and a sense of peace and harmony settled over the community. They started leaving small offerings at the edge of the forest, recognizing the web's protective power. The fear and mistrust were replaced by respect and gratitude, a testament to the transforming power of Arachne's art. The stories of the web spread, whispered on the wind, and carried on the rustling leaves. Pilgrims from distant lands came to the mountain, seeking solace and wisdom at the edge of the web. They found not only tranquility, but also a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of life. The web became a sacred site, a testament to the power of nature and the enduring strength of the feminine spirit. The web, now centuries old, had become a monumental work of art, a breathtaking display of nature's resilience and beauty. Each thread pulsed with the energy of the forest, the whispers of its inhabitants, and the memories of countless seasons. It was a living, breathing entity, a testament to Arachne's transformation and a symbol of the profound interconnectedness of all things. The story of Arachne, once a tale of punishment and pride, had been transformed into a celebration of resilience, creativity, and the profound power of the feminine spirit to weave a world of beauty, harmony, and interconnectedness. The web itself served as a powerful metaphor for the feminine principle, a delicate yet powerful force, capable of both incredible creation and profound protection. It was a reminder that even from apparent tragedy, beauty and profound connection could arise, forever weaving the tapestry of life. The mountains, once silent, now hummed with the vibrant energy of this masterpiece, a testament to the eternal strength and grace of the feminine spirit. The generations that followed witnessed the web's evolution, not merely as a physical structure, but as a living testament to Arachne's transformed spirit. It was more than silk and intricate design. It was a conduit, a vessel through which the wisdom of the first spider flowed. The animals, long attuned to the subtle shifts in the web's energy, became its silent guardians, their lives intertwined with its rhythm. The squirrels, once merely traversing its threads, now seemed to understand its purpose, weaving their own tiny patterns within its larger design. Their caches of nuts, carefully placed near areas of heightened energy. The birds, Their songs, once muted by the cold, now sang melodies that resonated with the web's vibrations, their harmonies weaving a chorus of life that echoed throughout the forest. Even the most predatory creatures, the wolves and the mountain lions, learned a strange reverence for the web. They no longer saw it as a hunting ground, but as a sacred space, a repository of Arachne's wisdom. They approached it with caution, their movements deliberate and respectful, sensing the potent energy that pulsed within its silken threads. The hunts became less about aggression and more about a balanced exchange, a reciprocal relationship between predator and prey, a harmony mediated by the web's silent influence. The animals, instinctively understanding the interconnectedness woven into the web's very fabric, began to exhibit behaviors that reflected this newfound harmony. The competitive instincts, once fiercely prevalent, seemed to soften, replaced by a sense of cooperation. Packs of wolves hunted together with a newfound efficiency, sharing their bounty and protecting the vulnerable members of their group. The mountain lions, typically solitary hunters, began to tolerate the presence of others within their territories, leading to a reduction in conflict and the establishment of a fragile equilibrium within the mountain ecosystem. This interconnectedness extended beyond the animal kingdom. The plants, too, responded to the web's influence. The trees grew taller and stronger, their roots intertwining with the web's subtle vibrations, drawing strength and nourishment from its life force. The flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, their petals reflecting the web's ethereal glow, their fragrance carrying the whispers of Arachne's wisdom. On the breeze, the forest, under the web's silent guidance, flourished as if a single organism. It was a self-sustaining ecosystem, its every part intricately connected, working together in perfect harmony. The drought, a recurring threat in the mountain's ecosystem, became less frequent, and when it did strike, its impact was far less devastating, its harshness tempered by the web's magical resilience. The subtle interplay of water droplets that had mitigated the past drought was now a regular occurrence, a delicate dance between the web and the elements, ensuring a balance of moisture that maintained the vitality of the entire forest. The humans who lived on the mountain's fringes, initially driven by fear and misunderstanding, gradually came to appreciate the web's profound power. They had witnessed its subtle yet profound effects on the forest, observing the increased abundance of wildlife, the healthier crops, and the overall well-being of the ecosystem. They abandoned the notion of Arachne as a vengeful deity and embraced her as a powerful force for balance and harmony. The stories of the web's magical intervention, initially whispered in hushed tones, became central to the community's folklore. They learned to respect the web's silent wisdom and incorporated it into their daily lives, learning to listen to the forest's whispers and to live in sync with the natural rhythms of the mountain. The wisdom of the spider wasn't just about weaving, it was about understanding the intricate connections within the world and living in harmony with them. Their agriculture transformed. No longer were crops grown in isolated plots. Instead, they implemented practices that mimicked the intricate interconnectedness of the forest, encouraging biodiversity and utilizing natural pest control methods. Their understanding of the forest's ecology deepened, enabling them to cultivate their lands sustainably, working with the land rather than against it. The villagers' lives began to mirror the web's structure. Interdependence and cooperation replaced competition and isolation. They shared resources and knowledge, creating a thriving and resilient community. Collective decision-making became the norm, ensuring that the needs of all members were considered, fostering a sense of communal responsibility towards the preservation of their environment. Their crafts, inspired by the web's intricate designs, reflected their own growth in understanding the complexities of their relationship with nature. Centuries later, pilgrims journeyed from far and wide to witness the wonder of the web. The mountain, once a place of fear and isolation, transformed into a sanctuary, a place where humans and nature coexisted in harmony. The web became a symbol of unity, representing the interconnection of all living things, and a reminder that even the most seemingly devastating events can give rise to beauty and profound wisdom. They came not just to see the breathtaking structure, but to absorb its silent wisdom, to understand the profound connection between nature and humanity, and to learn the art of living in balance. The web's influence transcended geographical boundaries. Its wisdom echoed in the songs of the wandering minstrels, in the stories shared by traveling merchants, and even in the writings of scholars who studied its intricate design and symbolism. The tales of Arachne and her web became a powerful metaphor for the interconnected nature of existence and the strength of feminine resilience. The spider's wisdom, however, wasn't just about the grand tapestry of the web itself. it was also found in the individual threads, in the minute details that, when woven together, formed a breathtaking whole. The villagers learned to observe these details, finding wisdom in the patterns of the seasons, in the behavior of the animals, and in the subtle shifts in the forest's energy. They discovered the art of patient observation, of listening to the silent whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. They recognized the importance of paying attention to the smallest details, to appreciating the intricate beauty and interconnectivity of all things. This wisdom transformed their relationships with one another, leading to greater empathy, understanding, and cooperation. The legacy of Arachne, once a tale of punishment and pride, evolved into a celebration of resilience, creativity, and interconnectedness. The web, a testament to her transformation, served as a beacon of hope, reminding all who encountered it that even from tragedy, profound beauty and wisdom can emerge. It became a symbol of the feminine power, a gentle yet unwavering force capable of weaving a world of harmony and understanding, a force that could heal wounds and inspire profound change, forever transforming the tapestry of life itself. The mountain, once a solitary peak, now stood as a testament to the spider's enduring legacy, a place where nature and humanity found harmony, a place where the wisdom of the spider echoed through generations, weaving a future of interconnectedness and peace. Chapter 5: The Unraveling and Reweaving. The harmony, painstakingly woven over centuries, began to fray. A subtle shift, almost imperceptible at first, crept into the heart of the mountain. It wasn't a sudden cataclysm, a roaring wildfire, or a devastating earthquake, but a slow, insidious decay, a creeping shadow that gnawed at the edges of the forest's vibrant tapestry. This was no natural disaster. This was the consequence of human avarice, a relentless hunger for resources that disregarded the delicate balance Arachne's web had painstakingly orchestrated. It began with whispers on the wind, rumors of a mining operation deep within the mountain's heart. At first, the villagers dismissed them as idle gossip, the ramblings of outsiders unfamiliar with the sacred nature of their home. But as the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. The air, once crisp and clean, became heavy with the metallic tang of iron and the acrid scent of exhaust fumes. The birds, once vibrant in their melodies, grew silent, their songs stifled by the cacophony of machinery. The shadow, initially a faint discoloration on the mountain slopes, began to spread. It wasn't darkness, not exactly. It was more of an absence, a draining of vitality, a withering of the life force that had once pulsed through the trees, the animals, and the very soil itself. The vibrant green of the foliage dulled, replaced by a sickly yellow that mirrored the pallor on the villagers' faces. The clear mountain streams, once teeming with life, ran muddy and slow, their waters poisoned by the mining operations' effluent. The trees, once strong and tall, became brittle and prone to falling, their leaves prematurely shedding in a silent protest against the desecration of their home. The animals, acutely sensitive to the shift in the ecosystem's energy, reacted first. The squirrels, their usual playful antics subdued, scurried nervously through the thinning branches, their caches of nuts neglected. The birds abandoned their nests, leaving behind the skeletal remains of their unfinished songs. Even the wolves and mountain lions, once respectful of the web's influence, showed signs of distress. Their once coordinated hunts became chaotic, marked by aggression and conflict, a stark reminder of the primal instincts that had once been subdued by the web's calming presence. Their coats lost their glossy sheen, their movements sluggish, mirroring the exhaustion of the land itself. The web, once a radiant beacon of interconnectedness, dimmed, its vibrant glow lessened, its energy subdued, its threads weakened by the encroaching shadow. The once harmonious vibrations, once a life-giving pulse through the forest, became fractured and discordant, echoing the disharmony that now plagued the mountain's ecosystem. The intricate patterns, previously so precise, showed signs of unraveling. Holes appeared in its fabric, like tears, in the very heart of the forest. The humans, once living in harmony with the natural world, experienced the impact directly. Their crops withered, their livestock sickened, their lives mirroring the decline of the ecosystem they had once nurtured. The drought, once tempered by the web's resilience, struck with brutal force. The careful balance of water droplets, once a natural occurrence, disappeared, replaced by the harsh reality of prolonged dryness. The increased scarcity of water resources heightened the tensions among the villagers, and the once cooperative community began to fracture under pressure. Competition and conflict replaced their former unity as they struggled for survival. The elders, repositories of the mountain's ancient wisdom, knew what this meant. The mining operation was not merely a threat to their physical surroundings, it was an attack on the very soul of the mountain, an assault on the legacy of Arachne and the delicate web of interconnectedness she had woven. They tried to reason with the miners, to explain the interconnectedness of life, the consequences of their actions, but their voices were drowned out by the roar of the machinery, the relentless pursuit of profit. The situation grew desperate. The once thriving community was now ravaged by scarcity and internal conflict. The web, the source of their harmony and abundance, was slowly dying, its power sapped by the destructive force of human greed. The forest, once a sanctuary, was becoming a battleground where the whispers of Arachne's wisdom were being silenced by the relentless march of progress. The villagers, faced with the destruction of their way of life, knew they had to act, even if it meant defying the very forces that had brought them prosperity. Their future depended on a desperate gambit, a counterweave, a desperate attempt to restore the balance and save what remained of Arachne's legacy. Their hope rested not only on reversing the damage, but in understanding its root cause. The relentless pursuit of wealth had blinded the miners to the interconnectedness of their actions. Each shovel of earth removed wasn't just removing ore, it was breaking a vital thread in the web of life. Each drop of poison discharged into the streams wasn't just pollution, it was poisoning the heart of the mountain itself. Their fight wasn't just about environmental conservation, it was about confronting a deep-seated human flaw, the insatiable desire for more, regardless of the cost. Their initial attempts at reasoning with the miners had been unsuccessful. The allure of wealth, the promise of prosperity, was too intoxicating to resist. The elders, however, refused to be defeated. They recognized that they needed to fight on multiple fronts. They needed to address both the immediate ecological threat and the underlying social and economic forces that fueled it. They realized that they had to teach the miners, not just through reasoned arguments, but through a demonstration of the interconnectedness of life, of the subtle and profound effects that their actions had on the mountain and its inhabitants. The villagers decided to implement a two-pronged approach. On one hand, they began a strategic campaign to expose the mining operations' destructive effects to the outside world. They created detailed reports documenting the environmental damage, the disruption of the ecosystem, and the deterioration of the community. They leveraged their knowledge of the web's interconnectedness, using it as a framework for explaining the wider consequences of the mining operation. They sent messengers far and wide, hoping to awaken the consciences of those outside the mountain's isolated haven. Simultaneously, they sought to re-establish the broken threads within their own community. They initiated initiatives to promote cooperation and resource sharing. The women, whose knowledge of herbs and medicinal plants had been crucial in maintaining their health, organized workshops to share their skills. The men, experts in sustainable agriculture, devised plans to revitalize their depleted lands. Together, they worked to rebuild their sense of community, creating a haven of resilience and mutual support amidst the turmoil. The struggle was arduous. The miners, driven by their own desperate need for survival, continued their work, fueled by the ever-increasing demand for their resources. But the villagers' efforts, fueled by their ancestral wisdom and renewed sense of purpose, began to bear fruit. The reports garnered attention from outside the mountain. Environmental activists, moved by the plight of the community, started a protest campaign aimed at halting the mining operation. The government, facing mounting pressure, began to investigate. As the pressure mounted, the miners, realizing the true cost of their action, began to have second thoughts. They witnessed the unwavering determination of the villagers, their dedication to restoring the balance of their mountain home. They heard the stories of the web, of Arachne's resilience and wisdom, and began to glimpse the bigger picture, the interconnectedness of their actions, and the devastating impact of their pursuit of profit on the delicate balance of life. The conflict was far from resolved, but a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. The villagers, armed with their ancestral wisdom and renewed sense of community, stood ready to face the challenge, knowing that the fate of their mountain, and perhaps the world, rested on their ability to reweave the broken threads, not only in the physical world, but also in the hearts and minds of those who had forgotten the essential interconnectedness of all things. The web, weakened but not broken, served as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, the power of resilience, community, and a deep understanding of nature's intricate tapestry could overcome even the most formidable threats. The mountain trembled, not from seismic shifts, but from the vibrations of 1,000 tiny struggles. Arachne, no longer the proud weaver, but a being woven into the very fabric of the mountain, felt the tremors as a deep ache in her 8 hearts. The mining operation, a festering wound on the mountainside, was relentlessly expanding. its insatiable hunger tearing through the earth, severing the delicate threads of her web. But Arachne wouldn't let it win without a fight. This wasn't a battle of brawn, but of strategy, of understanding the intricate dance of life and death that she had long orchestrated. Her approach wasn't one of violent retaliation, for that was the path of the hubris she had once so foolishly embraced. Instead, she used her unique perspective, her profound understanding of the mountain's ecosystem, to wage a different kind of war, a war of subtle influences, of manipulating the very forces of nature to her advantage. First, she amplified the whispers on the wind. She wasn't creating rumors, but weaving narratives, weaving the very essence of the mountain's suffering into the breeze itself. The winds carried not just dust and pollen, but the stories of the sickened streams, the dying trees, the desperate animals. She whispered warnings to the birds, urging them to carry her message to distant lands. To those who might yet listen, their songs, once silenced by the machinery, were now imbued with a desperate urgency, weaving themselves into the fabric of protest. The streams, once polluted, became her allies. She coaxed the water spirits, ancient guardians of the mountain's waterways, to amplify the flow of water in strategic locations. Small landslides, meticulously orchestrated, blocked the mining operations' access routes, not through destructive force, but through the subtle manipulation of the earth itself. The earth, too, was a part of her web, and she knew how to coax it into revealing its secrets. Arachne's influence went beyond the physical realm. She reached into the minds of the miners, weaving threads of doubt and uncertainty into their thoughts, not through coercion or violence, but through subtle suggestions, through the unsettling whispers of the mountain itself. She played on their deepest fears, the fear of losing their homes, their families, their very livelihoods. She didn't seek to condemn them, but to awaken them, to make them see the devastation they were causing, not just to the mountain, but to themselves. Her greatest weapon was empathy. Arachne understood the miners' desperation, their yearning for prosperity, their struggle for survival. She had once felt that same burning ambition, that relentless drive to excel, to prove her worth. She now used that understanding to reach them, to appeal to their humanity, to help them see the interconnectedness of their actions and the devastating consequences of their short-sighted greed. The whispers, once subtle, grew into a chorus. The animals, initially subdued, began to organize. The wolves, and mountain lions, their natural instincts sharpened by the disturbance, coordinated their efforts to disrupt the mining operation, not through outright attacks, but through strategic disruptions. They blocked roads, damaged machinery, and created subtle deterrents, echoing Arachne's quiet resistance. The villagers, witnessing Arachne's actions, realized that their fate was intertwined with hers. They joined her, not through blind obedience, but through a growing understanding of her wisdom. They too used their unique skills, their knowledge of herbal remedies, their understanding of sustainable agriculture, their deep connection to the mountain. They became an extension of Arachne's web, weaving together their efforts, strengthening the resistance, adding their voices to the growing chorus of protest. The transformation wasn't immediate. The mining operation continued its relentless assault, the shadow of greed still clinging to the mountain slopes. But Arachne's resistance, fueled by her wisdom, her empathy, and her deep connection to the earth, began to take hold. The miners, increasingly haunted by Arachne's subtle influence, began to question their actions. The whispers of the mountain, once dismissed as superstition, became a source of growing unease. The growing chorus of protest, emanating from both the animal kingdom and the villagers, began to drown out the roar of the machinery. The shift was gradual but undeniable. The relentless pursuit of profit began to falter, replaced by a growing awareness of the consequences. The miners, witnessing the unwavering resilience of the mountain, the unwavering determination of Arachne and the villagers, began to reevaluate their choices. The shadow of greed slowly began to recede, replaced by a dawning realization of the interconnectedness of all things. The mining operation, once a symbol of human avarice, began to slow, its machinery growing silent, its relentless hunger waning. The air cleared, the streams flowed freely, the animals returned, and the trees regained their vitality. The mountain, though bearing the scars of its wounds, began to heal. Arachne's resistance was a testament to the power of empathy, resilience, and a deep understanding of the intricate web of life. She didn't conquer through brute force, but through strategic manipulation of the natural world, through the subtle weaving of doubt and awareness into the hearts and minds of her adversaries. Her victory wasn't a complete annihilation of the threat, but a subtle shift in consciousness, a gradual healing of the wounds inflicted upon the mountain, a testament to the enduring power of interconnectedness and the wisdom of a heart that had once been broken. but had learned to reweave itself into a stronger, more resilient being. The web, though still bearing the marks of conflict, shimmered with renewed vigor, its threads stronger, its patterns more intricate, its message more profound than ever before. The mountain, once a battlefield, became a sanctuary once more, a testament to the enduring power of resilience and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. The whispers on the wind, once carrying tales of despair, now carried a message of hope, a message of restoration, of healing, of the enduring power of the web. And Arachne, the weaver of life and death, remained a silent guardian, ever vigilant, ever weaving, ever ensuring the delicate balance of her mountain home. The battle wasn't a clash of armies, but a symphony of subtle shifts, a silent war waged across the mountain slopes. The miners, driven by the relentless pursuit of profit, continued their assault, their drills tearing into the earth, their machinery a jarring counterpoint to the mountain's ancient song. Yet, Arachne's resistance, woven into the very fabric of the mountain, grew stronger. She didn't fight with fire, but with water. She subtly manipulated the flow of underground springs, creating small, precisely targeted floods that disabled machinery not through destructive force, but through the cunning use of the mountain's own resources. These weren't catastrophic events, but meticulously orchestrated inconveniences designed to slow the operation's progress without causing widespread devastation. Each flood was a tiny victory, a testament to her understanding of the delicate balance of the mountain's ecosystem. Her influence extended beyond the physical realm. She worked through the dreams of the miners, weaving threads of doubt and unease into their subconscious. She showed them visions of their children playing in polluted streams, of their families suffering from the lingering effects of the mining dust. These weren't nightmares intended to instill fear, but subtle reminders of the consequences of their actions, gentle nudges towards a re-evaluation of their priorities. She spoke to their hearts, not through threats, but through empathy, reminding them of the love they held for their families and their land. The animals, too, became her allies, the mountain lions. Their movements, once haphazard, now patrolled the mining site with uncanny precision, disrupting operations with calculated maneuvers. They were not attacking the miners, but strategically sabotaging equipment, creating small disruptions that added up to a significant delay. The birds, inspired by Arachne's silent directives, created a cacophony of sound at dawn, disrupting the miners' routines and unnerving their sleep. Even the smallest creatures, the insects and rodents, played their part, creating subtle obstacles and inconveniences, weaving their own silent protest into the battle. The villagers, initially hesitant, began to recognize the shift in the mountain's energy. They saw the subtle changes, the increasing instability of the mining operation, the unexpected delays. They observed the animals' unusual behavior, the strange dreams of the miners, the growing unease among the workers themselves. They understood instinctively that Arachne's efforts were not merely about stopping the mining, but about restoring the balance of the mountain, about reweaving the broken threads of the ecosystem. Their support wasn't about blind obedience or unquestioning faith. Instead, they joined Arachne's resistance by leveraging their own skills and knowledge. They used their intimate understanding of the mountain's herbs to create remedies for the miners' ailments, stemming the flow of sickness and suffering caused by the pollution. They organized themselves into support networks, providing comfort and aid to those miners who began questioning their role in the destruction. They used their knowledge of sustainable agriculture to begin cultivating the land, demonstrating an alternative model to the miners' extractive practices. The battle raged on, not with swords and shields, but with whispers and floods, with songs and dreams, with the subtle orchestration of nature's forces. It was a battle of attrition, a slow, patient dismantling of the mining operation's momentum. The miners, haunted by Arachne's subtle influences, increasingly plagued by doubts and self-recriminations, found their resolve weakening. The relentless pursuit of profit seemed less appealing as they witnessed the devastation caused by their own actions. One by one, miners began to leave the project. Some were driven by guilt, haunted by the visions Arachne wove into their dreams. Others were swayed by the villagers' offers of alternative work, of a life in harmony with the mountain. Still others were simply worn down by the constant setbacks, by the seemingly insurmountable obstacles placed in their path, by the growing realization that their work was not just destructive, but ultimately futile. The mining company, faced with a dwindling workforce, mounting costs, and increasing public pressure, finally conceded defeat. They weren't defeated by brute force, but by the patient, persistent resistance of a spider goddess a mountain's unwavering spirit, and a community bound together by a shared love for their land. The machinery fell silent, the drills lay idle, and the wounds of the mountain, though deep, began to heal. The cessation of mining wasn't a sudden end to the conflict, but a turning point, a shift in consciousness. The mountain continued its slow, steady recovery, the wounds gradually fading as the ecosystem slowly re-established its delicate balance. Arachne's web, once a tapestry of resistance, transformed into a symbol of healing and restoration, its intricate patterns reflecting the complex interplay of nature, humanity, and the enduring power of interconnectedness. The mountain's slopes, once scarred by greed, were slowly reclaiming their former glory. The miners, many of whom had come to understand their mistakes, took part in the restoration efforts, contributing their skills to the process of rebuilding and healing. Their understanding of the mountain's geology and the mining process were put to use in repairing the damage they had caused, in stabilizing the slopes, and in developing sustainable practices that would allow the mountain to flourish once more. They learned to listen to the mountain's song, to respect its rhythms, to understand their place within its intricate web of life. The villagers, too, continued their efforts in supporting the restoration. They planted new trees, revitalized the streams, and nurtured the wildlife. They learned from Arachne's example, understanding the importance of patience, resilience, and the delicate balance between human ambition and the natural world. The mountain became a sanctuary, a testament to the power of cooperation, resilience, and the profound interconnectedness of all living things. The battle for the mountain had ended, but the story continued, a tale of resilience, restoration, and the enduring power of a spider goddess who had learned to weave not only with silk, but with empathy, wisdom, and the subtle forces of nature itself. Arachne's web, ever expanding, became a symbol of hope, a testament to the enduring strength of the natural world, and a reminder that even the most destructive forces can be overcome by the quiet, persistent resistance of those who understand the intricate web of life. The mountain, once a battleground, became a living testament to the possibility of healing, restoration, and the enduring power of a wisdom woven into the fabric of the earth itself. And Arachne, the weaver, continued her work, her 8 hearts filled with the quiet satisfaction of a battle won not by force, but by the gentle, unwavering power of interconnectedness. The air, once thick with the dust of destruction, began to clear, The silence that followed the cessation of the mining operation wasn't empty. It was pregnant with the hum of rebirth. A subtle shift in the mountain's energy was palpable, a shift that went beyond the mere absence of machinery. The very stones seemed to sigh in relief, the trees to straighten their weary branches, their leaves rustling a new song of hope. Arachne, observing from her vantage point high in the crags, felt the change resonate within her 8 hearts. The battle was won, but the work was far from over. The scars on the mountain were deep, the wounds of extraction laid bare. Healing would require a sacrifice, a different kind of weaving altogether. This sacrifice wasn't a matter of bloodshed or self-immolation, but a deeper, more profound act of relinquishment. It was a surrender of her own individual power, a conscious decision to weave her strength into the very fabric of the mountain's recovery. She could have remained aloof, a silent guardian, watching over the slow healing process, her power intact, her autonomy undisturbed. But Arachne chose a different path, one that demanded a complete integration of her being with the mountain soul. It started subtly. She began to unravel the threads of her own magical power, the very essence of her being, not in a destructive manner, but in a process of careful, deliberate unweaving. The iridescent strands of her magical energy, once used to subtly influence the minds of men, to manipulate the forces of nature, now flowed into the earth, nurturing the damaged ecosystem. She channeled her power into the springs, reviving their life-giving currents, cleansing the polluted streams, and nourishing the parched earth. The water, imbued with her energy, became a balm, washing away the scars left by the miners, revitalizing the land, making it fertile once again. She wove herself into the trees, strengthening their roots, accelerating their growth. The trees, in turn, whispered secrets to her, sharing the knowledge of the mountain's hidden depths, the stories of its past, the dreams of its future. She listened, and in listening, she learned. She learned of the delicate balance of the ecosystem, the intricate web of life that connected every creature, every plant, every stone. She learned the language of the wind, the song of the earth, the silent communication of the rocks. Her transformation wasn't merely a physical one, it was a spiritual alchemy. She became less a distinct entity, a powerful being separate from the mountain, and more, a part of its very being, its lifeblood coursing through her 8 hearts. This wasn't a loss of self, but a profound expansion of her essence, a merging of her individual power with the collective energy of the mountain. It was an act of complete surrender, a selfless devotion that transcended the limitations of her spider form. The villagers, witnesses to this subtle metamorphosis, felt a deep sense of awe and reverence. They saw in Arachne not just a protector, but a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, a powerful symbol of resilience and renewal. They didn't worship her in the traditional sense. Instead, they acknowledged her as an integral part of their community, a powerful ally in their collective effort to heal the land. The miners, once perpetrators of destruction, now became participants in the restoration. Guided by Arachne's subtle influence, they used their knowledge of the earth to repair the damage they had caused. They stabilized the unstable slopes, replanted the denuded areas, and developed sustainable farming practices. They weren't merely repairing the physical wounds, they were actively participating in the healing of their own souls. Their guilt transformed into a potent force for change, driving them to contribute meaningfully to the mountain's recovery. The process of renewal was slow, painstaking, and sometimes fraught with setbacks, but the collective effort, fueled by Arachne's sacrifice and the unwavering determination of the villagers and the reformed miners, brought about remarkable transformation. The once barren slopes began to bloom again. The streams flowed clear and sparkling. The air, once choked with dust, now carried the sweet scent of wildflowers and pine. Arachne's web, once a symbol of resistance, became a tapestry of renewal. She wove her threads not just with silk, but with moonlight, with the energy of the earth, with the dreams of the people. Her webs, now larger and more intricate than ever before, became a living testament to the power of regeneration, a visual representation of the interconnectedness of all living things. Years passed. The mountain, once scarred and wounded, was vibrant again. The miners, guided by their newfound understanding, lived in harmony with the land, respecting its rhythms and limits. The villagers, ever grateful to Arachne, continued their efforts in protecting and nurturing the ecosystem. Arachne herself, no longer a distinct entity, became an inseparable part of the mountain's heart, her essence woven into the very fabric of its existence. Her sacrifice wasn't an end, but a beginning, a testament to the enduring power of renewal, a reminder that even the deepest wounds can heal, given time, patience, and a willingness to embrace the transformative power of sacrifice and interconnectedness. Her story, once a tale of defiance and transformation, became a legend of regeneration, a testament to the enduring spirit of the mountain, and a powerful symbol of the transformative power of a spider goddess who embraced the delicate dance between destruction and renewal. The mountain, in its renewed glory, whispered her name on the wind, a constant reminder of the sacrifice that brought about its rebirth. The sun, a tentative orb peeking through the dissipating dust clouds, cast a pale light on the scarred landscape. The mountain, though wounded, breathed. A fragile green blush began to paint the slopes where only gray rock and dust had resided before. The air, once thick with the metallic tang of mining operations, now carried the subtle scent of damp earth and pine needles, a whisper of the forest's return. This was not a rapid, miraculous healing. It was a slow, deliberate process, a testament to the enduring power of nature's resilience. Arachne, observing from her vantage point amongst the newly sprouting ferns, felt the pulse of this slow resurgence within her 8 beating hearts, the iridescent shimmer of her magical energy, once a fierce, independent force, now flowed subtly through the land, a gentle current weaving its way through the roots of the reborn trees, nourishing the fragile seedlings pushing through the scarred earth. She was no longer the distinct entity she once was, a potent force wielding her magical abilities for her own ends, but a vital part of the mountain's ecosystem, her energy intricately woven into the very fabric of its rebirth. Her webs, previously instruments of resistance, now became intricate tapestries of healing. They weren't merely silken strands. They were conduits of energy, channeling the mountain's own restorative powers, accelerating the growth of vegetation and drawing life back into the ravaged landscape. These weren't the elaborate, defiant designs of her past. These webs were subtle, delicate, almost invisible to the untrained eye. Yet their influence was profound. They formed a shimmering network, connecting the fractured parts of the mountain, bridging the gaps left by the reckless extraction, weaving a new pattern of life from the remnants of destruction. The transformation extended beyond the physical realms. The villagers, initially terrified of Arachne's power, now viewed her as a sacred being, a guardian of the mountain spirit. Their fear had given way to a profound respect, a recognition of the interconnectedness of their fate with the mountain's destiny. They no longer sought to control or dominate nature, but to live in harmony with it, understanding that their survival depended on the mountain's well-being. Their changed perspective manifested in practical ways. They developed sustainable farming techniques, carefully cultivating the land without depleting its resources. They learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the subtle rhythms of nature, and to work with, rather than against, its powerful forces. They established protected areas within the forest, ensuring that the regenerating ecosystem was not disturbed. Their children, who had grown up amid the dust and noise of mining operations, learned a different kind of story, a tale of resilience and regeneration. The miners, too, underwent a transformation. Haunted by the destruction they had wrought, they dedicated their lives to repairing the damage they had caused. Guided by Arachne's subtle influence and a deep sense of remorse, they diligently stabilized the unstable slopes, meticulously replanted the denuded areas, and carefully redirected the streams, restoring their natural flow. They learned to become stewards of the land, understanding that their skill could be used for healing as well as destruction. Their remorse was not simply self-flagellation. It was a powerful catalyst for positive change, a springboard for a new way of life. Their work was slow, methodical, and often painstaking, punctuated by setbacks and disappointments. Yet they persevered, driven by a profound sense of responsibility and a growing appreciation for the interconnectedness of all things. They learned to respect the mountain's rhythms, understanding that regeneration required patience, understanding, and a deep reverence for nature's power. They no longer viewed the mountain as a resource to be exploited, but as a living entity deserving of respect and protection. The rebirth of the forest was mirrored by the rebirth of the human spirit. The community, once fractured by conflict and greed, found unity in their shared goal of healing. They celebrated the slow return of wildlife, the reappearance of wildflowers, and the gradual return of the forest's vibrant tapestry of life. Their collective effort was a testament to the enduring human capacity for resilience, adaptation, and the healing power of communal action. The scars remained, a reminder of the destruction they had caused, but they were gradually fading, overtaken by the lush tapestry of nature's renewal. Years turned into decades. The mountain, once a symbol of destruction, was once again a beacon of vibrant life. The streams glistened, reflecting the clear blue sky. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the wind. Wildlife returned, their songs filling the air with a melody of hope and rejuvenation. The memory of the mining operation faded into the distant past, replaced by the vibrant reality of a thriving ecosystem. Arachne, now an almost imperceptible presence, continued her work, her essence subtly interwoven with the mountain's heartbeat. Her webs, though less visible, remained a vital part of the ecosystem, silently nurturing the delicate balance of nature. She was no longer a distinct entity, but a vital component of the mountain's soul, her existence a testament to the transformative power of sacrifice and the indomitable spirit of nature. Her story, once a tragedy of pride and defiance, became a legend of resilience and renewal, a tale whispered on the wind, a testament to the extraordinary capacity of nature and the human spirit to heal. The mountain, in its renewed glory, sang her name on the wind, a constant reminder of the rebirth that had taken place, a testament to the enduring power of regeneration, and a profound symbol of a transformative journey that began with a weaving contest and ended with the breathtaking beauty of a renewed world. Chapter 6: The Enduring Thread. The whispering winds carried Arachne's legend across the generations, transforming with each retelling. To the villagers nestled in the valley below, she was the benevolent spirit of the mountain, a silent guardian whose shimmering webs held the land together. Their children grew up hearing tales not of a defiant weaver punished by a vengeful goddess, but of a powerful being who, through sacrifice and humility, had healed the land and brought balance back to the ecosystem. Their songs echoed with the rhythmic pulse of the mountain, celebrating the bounty that sprung forth from the once scarred earth, a bounty that was, they knew, inextricably linked to Arachne's enduring presence. Centuries passed, the memory of the mining operation faded, becoming a distant, almost mythical tale, told in hushed tones around crackling fires. The mountain, reborn in its verdant glory, was a testament to the power of resilience. The younger generations knew Arachne not as a rebellious figure, but as a symbol of healing and transformation, a potent force interwoven with the very fabric of the mountain spirit. They saw her influence in the whispering pines, the gurgling streams, the vibrant wildflowers that carpeted the slopes, a silent, ever-present guardian ensuring the delicate balance of the ecosystem. In the bustling city, far removed from the mountain, however, Arachne's story took on a different hue. Here, Amongst the artisans and weavers, her legend was a whispered, cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition and the perilous path of defying the divine. In this context, her story was a cautionary narrative, focusing on the price of hubris and the consequence of challenging established authority. Her magnificent tapestries, once symbols of defiance, became reminders of the precarious balance between mortal skill and divine power. The story, embellished over time, emphasized the conflict, the clash between the mortal and the immortal, the weaver and the goddess, subtly shifting the narrative's focus to the power and authority of the divine. Among the scholars and poets, Arachne's tale was interpreted through a lens of artistic genius and the inherent tension between creativity and societal constraints. Her defiance became a symbol of artistic independence, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to challenge the status quo. Her story transcended its original context, transforming into an allegory for the struggle between individual expression and the pressures of conformity, a recurring theme in countless artistic endeavors across the centuries. Her defiance, once seen as a punishable act of transgression, was now lauded as an inspiring expression of artistic integrity, a powerful symbol of resistance against imposed limitations. Yet another interpretation emerged from the whispers of the women, passed down through generations. Here, Arachne was celebrated as a powerful female figure, a weaver whose skills surpassed those of the gods themselves. This version focused on her incredible talent, highlighting her resilience in the face of divine oppression, portraying her as a woman who, despite the tragic consequences, retained her strength and independence, finding a new form of power in her transformation. This feminist reinterpretation cast Arachne as a champion of female empowerment, a powerful symbol of creative force capable of overcoming formidable obstacles. Her transformation wasn't a punishment. It was a metamorphosis, a shift in perspective that allowed her to wield her power in a more profound and lasting way. The spider's song, therefore, was multifaceted, echoing through the ages in different tones. It was a melody woven from threads of awe, caution, admiration, and defiance, a multifaceted narrative that reflected the ever-evolving perspectives of humanity. The essence of Arachne's story remained constant, a testament to the extraordinary capacity of the human spirit, its resilience, its creativity, and its unwavering pursuit of self-expression. In the heart of the mountain, where the legend originated, the annual festival continued, a vibrant celebration of Arachne's enduring legacy. Villagers gathered to weave intricate tapestries, each one a unique interpretation of Arachne's story, reflecting the ever-shifting understanding of her legacy. These tapestries weren't simply decorative, they were living narratives, conveying the subtle shifts in the communal interpretation of Arachne's tale, a tapestry itself of interwoven perspectives, reflecting the evolving understanding of her story across the centuries. Children, their faces illuminated by the firelight, listened to the elders recounting the saga, each telling infused with nuances and details unique to the teller, a testament to the living nature of oral tradition. The stories changed over time, morphing with each retelling, yet the essence remained, a profound respect for the power of nature, the interconnectedness of life, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. The most significant aspect of the festival was the weaving competition, a playful and respectful homage to Arachne's skill. Participants, both young and old, displayed their unique interpretations of Arachne's story, creating intricate tapestries that combined traditional motifs with modern sensibilities. The competition was less about winning and more about the celebration of creativity, a testament to the enduring power of artistic expression. The most skilled weaver of the year was crowned Keeper of the Thread, an honorary title bestowed with great respect and admiration. The keeper's responsibility was not merely to celebrate Arachne's story, but to ensure its continued evolution, to weave new threads into the ever-growing tapestry of her legend. Each keeper, therefore, contributed to the enduring narrative, shaping and reshaping the story to reflect the changing societal views and interpretations. Over the centuries, the festival became a microcosm of Arachne's story itself, a constant process of creation, adaptation, and transformation. It served as a living testament to the power of narrative, its ability to evolve and adapt to the changing perspectives of humanity, demonstrating the multifaceted and ever-evolving nature of Arachne's legacy. The threads of her story, spun over time, were as intricate and resilient as the webs she herself had woven, a testament to the enduring nature of legends and their transformative power. The mountain, a silent witness to this centuries-old celebration, seemed to hum with Arachne's energy, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the land. Her story, once a tale of pride and punishment, had become a powerful symbol of resilience, adaptation, and the enduring power of the human spirit. Her song, sung on the wind, carried her legacy across generations, a testament to the transformative power of narrative and the ability of legends to evolve, adapt, and endure. Her legend, ever changing, ever evolving, continued its song, a vibrant testament to the enduring power of a story and the power of the human spirit to reimagine, reinterpret, and reshape narratives in order to find meaning and inspiration within the confines of the known and the unknown. The mountain itself was a tapestry, woven from the threads of Arachne's ever-evolving legacy, a story told in the rustling leaves, the whispering wind, and the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived within its embrace. The legacy of Arachne, the weaver transformed, extended far beyond the simple act of weaving. Her influence rippled through centuries, shaping artistic styles and inspiring a reverence for the intricate beauty of the natural world. Her original tapestries, though lost to time, were remembered in fragmented descriptions passed down through generations, whispering tales of breathtaking artistry. Scholars debated the techniques she employed, meticulously analyzing surviving fragments of her work. A single, miraculously preserved thread found embedded in an ancient temple wall, faded sketch discovered tucked within the pages of a forgotten manuscript, a few lines in a poem that hinted at the colors and textures of her creations. These tantalizing glimpses fueled speculation, fostering countless artistic interpretations of her lost masterpieces. Some art historians posited that Arachne's style was characterized by a breathtaking realism, her threads capable of capturing the delicate nuances of light and shadow, creating images so lifelike they seemed to breathe. Others believed her work embraced a vibrant surrealism, defying the constraints of reality, weaving fantastical creatures and impossible landscapes into her tapestries. Still others argued for a blend of both, suggesting that her skill allowed her to seamlessly merge the earthly and the ethereal, creating a tapestry of contrasts that reflected the complex duality of the human condition. Regardless of her exact style, the impact of Arachne's artistry was undeniable. Her work inspired generations of weavers, pushing the boundaries of their craft, experimenting with new techniques and materials. The delicate silk she produced, finer than moonlight, became a legend, a benchmark of impossible perfection. Weavers strived to emulate her mastery, their looms echoing with the rhythmic beat of her enduring legacy. Her influence extended beyond the realm of textiles. Painters sought to capture the ethereal quality of her work in their canvases. Sculptors attempted to translate the three-dimensionality of her designs into stone and bronze. Musicians composed symphonies inspired by the imagined textures and colors of her tapestries, attempting to capture the essence of her artistry in a different medium. Her spirit became a muse, inspiring creativity across disciplines, transcending the limitations of a single art form. Her influence wasn't limited to the human world. The intricate webs spun by her descendants, the spiders, were seen as a continuation of her artistry, a testament to her enduring creativity. These webs, often dismissed as mere insect creations, were now regarded as intricate masterpieces of nature's art. Naturalists meticulously documented the exquisite patterns, the strategic placements, the breathtaking beauty of spiderwebs, recognizing them as a form of living art, a reflection of Arachne's artistic spirit, continuing its work through nature's diligent hands. Arachnid weaving became a subject of scientific fascination, revealing complexities that surpassed human comprehension, further enriching the understanding of Arachne's legacy. The interconnectedness of her life, both mortal and arachnid, also inspired a new appreciation for the symbiotic relationship between humans and nature. Her story served as a potent metaphor for the delicate balance of the ecosystem, the interconnectedness of all living things. Environmentalists embraced her tale, using it to advocate for the preservation of natural habitats and the protection of biodiversity. Her transformation, once viewed as a punishment, became a symbol of adaptation and resilience, a celebration of the enduring power of life. Eco-conscious artists found inspiration in her story, weaving themes of sustainability and environmentalism into their creations, reflecting the profound message of harmony between humankind and the natural world. In the mountain village, the annual festival continued to flourish. It had evolved over the centuries, incorporating new rituals and traditions, while preserving the core elements of its origin. The celebration of Arachne's weaving, the appreciation of her legacy, and the understanding of the interconnectedness of art, nature, and life itself. The weaving competition remained a central part of the celebration, a vibrant showcase of creativity and skill. However, the focus shifted from simply emulating Arachne's techniques to interpreting her story through a contemporary lens. The tapestries woven during the festival were no longer mere copies of her style. They became a living testament to the ever-evolving understanding of her legacy, incorporating diverse elements of nature, personal narratives, and social commentary. The Keeper of the Thread, once a title associated solely with the most skilled weaver, now encompassed a wider role. The keeper was tasked not only with preserving the tradition of weaving, but also with interpreting Arachne's story for a modern audience, ensuring that its message of resilience, transformation, and the interconnectedness of life remained relevant and inspiring. The keeper often used their position to advocate for environmental protection, promote artistic expression, and foster a deeper appreciation for the natural world. Their role had expanded beyond the realm of artistry, becoming a powerful voice for social responsibility and environmental awareness. The festival itself became a hub of creativity and cultural exchange. Artists from all over the world were drawn to the event, eager to participate in this unique celebration of Arachne's legacy. They collaborated with local weavers, blending ancient techniques with modern sensibility, creating works of art that spanned cultures and disciplines. The festival fostered a sense of community and shared purpose, highlighting the unifying power of art and its ability to transcend geographical and cultural barriers. The festival became a symbol of global cooperation, demonstrating the capacity for diverse groups to come together and celebrate a common legacy. The story of Arachne, the weaver, evolved from a tale of divine punishment into a multifaceted narrative of artistry, resilience, and environmental awareness. Her legacy continued to inspire generations of artists, environmentalists, and feminists. She became a symbol of the power of the human spirit to overcome adversity, a testament to the enduring creativity of humankind, and a profound reminder of our inextricable connection to the natural world. The subtle shimmer of her webs, once a symbol of defiance, now symbolized the delicate beauty and resilience of life itself, a lasting tribute to the woman who dared to challenge the gods, and in doing so, created a legacy that continues to resonate across the centuries. Her transformation wasn't an ending, it was a beginning, the beginning of a profound and enduring artistic and ecological legacy woven into the very fabric of the world. The enduring thread of her story, spun from defiance and woven with resilience, continues to inspire and challenge, a reminder of the power of art to transform, to connect, and to endure. The mountain, a silent observer, still hummed with the energy of her spirit, a testament to the enduring power of a legend and the transformative power of a single, meticulously woven thread. The mountain air, crisp and clean, carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Years had passed since Arachne's transformation, years measured not in seasons, but in the delicate, intricate patterns spun by her descendants. The spiders, once feared, were now revered, their webs shimmering tapestries woven into the very fabric of the mountain ecosystem, their silken threads, mirroring the moonlight, caught the dew-kissed dawn, a breathtaking spectacle that mirrored the beauty of Arachne's original creations. The villagers, once wary of the creatures, now understood their role in the intricate dance of nature, a dance Arachne had unknowingly choreographed through her defiance and her subsequent acceptance of her fate. The villagers had learned to read the patterns of the webs, interpreting them as messages from the mountain, as prophecies whispered on the wind. A web dense and intricate foretold a bountiful harvest, a web sparse and delicate, a lean season. The villagers had developed a deep, symbiotic relationship with the spiders, understanding that their survival was intricately woven into the tapestry of the mountain's life. They offered tributes, not of fear, but of respect, leaving small offerings of honey and wildflowers near the most elaborate webs, a gesture of gratitude for the intricate work of Arachne's legacy. The annual festival, once solely a celebration of weaving, had expanded to encompass a deeper understanding of the cyclical nature of life and the acceptance of transformation. The weaving competitions remained, showcasing the artistry passed down through generations, but they were now intertwined with rituals honoring the spider's role in the ecosystem. Young girls, instead of fearing the spiders, learned to observe their work, studying the precise angles, the delicate balance, the stunning geometric precision of the webs. They learned to appreciate the artistry, not just in the finished product, but also in the process, in the patient, deliberate movements of the spider, in the weaving itself. The festival transformed into a celebration of life, death, and rebirth, a mirror to the spider's own life cycle. The story of Arachne was no longer just a tale of divine punishment. It was a story of adaptation, resilience, and the acceptance of fate. It was a reminder that transformation, while sometimes painful, could lead to unexpected beauty and profound understanding. The villagers learned that just as the spider spun its web with precision and patience, so too must they navigate the complexities of their own lives, accepting both the triumphs and the challenges that life inevitably brought. They learned to find beauty in the decay of autumn, understanding that it was essential for the rebirth of spring. They learned to embrace the cycle of life and death, recognizing its integral role in the continuous weaving of existence. The mountain itself became a symbol of this cyclical nature, its towering peaks reflecting the permanence of nature, while the changing seasons mirrored the ephemeral nature of life. The villagers saw the mountain not just as a physical presence, but as a living entity, a participant in the dance of fate. They felt the pulse of the mountain in the rustling leaves, in the flowing streams, in the shifting winds. They understood that they were but threads in the grand tapestry of existence, their lives interwoven with the lives of other beings, both human and non-human. The concept of fate evolved in the village. It was no longer seen as a predetermined path, an unyielding force. Instead, it was recognized as a dance, a constant interplay between individual choices and the larger forces of nature. Arachne's defiance had been a choice, a weaving of her own destiny, but her transformation was also part of that dance, an inevitable step in the unfolding pattern. The villagers understood that they too were weaving their own destinies, their choices shaping the pattern of their lives, while external forces, like the seasons or unforeseen events, also played a role. One such unforeseen event was the arrival of a renowned scholar, Dr. Elara Vance, a woman driven by a passion to understand Arachne's legacy. Dr. Vance arrived in the village not as an outsider, but as a pilgrim, drawn by the stories of the weaving festival and the legend of Arachne. She had spent years studying the fragmented evidence of Arachne's original tapestries, piecing together clues from ancient texts and faded sketches. She had a deep respect for Arachne's story, seeing it not as a tale of defeat, but as a story of empowerment, a testament to the resilience of the female spirit. Dr. Vance's arrival sparked a new era of exploration and understanding. She worked closely with the villagers, collaborating with the keeper of the thread, a woman named Lyra, whose skill and wisdom were revered throughout the region. Together, they embarked on a project to document the oral history of Arachne meticulously recording the legends, the rituals, and the evolving understanding of the goddess and the spider. They sought to create a complete tapestry of Arachne's story, incorporating both the mythical accounts and the scientific observations of her arachnid descendants. This collaborative effort resulted in a rich tapestry of understanding that transcended disciplines. The project combined mythology, history, art, and natural science, creating a comprehensive view of Arachne's legacy and its continuing influence. The villagers, guided by Lyra and empowered by Dr. Vance's knowledge, embraced this multifaceted approach, expanding their understanding of Arachne's tale and its place within the larger context of human history and the natural world. The story of Arachne was no longer solely a story of a woman punished by a god. It evolved into a powerful feminist narrative, a celebration of female resilience, creativity, and the power of adaptation. Arachne's defiance was not seen as hubris, but as a bold assertion of her own artistic talent and individuality, a testament to the power of a woman to challenge authority and redefine her place in the world. The spiders themselves became symbols of female strength, their intricate webs a reflection of the interwoven lives of women throughout history. The delicate threads, so strong and resilient, mirrored the interconnectedness of women's experiences, the shared struggles and triumphs that bound them together. The dance of fate, once seen as a force beyond human control, transformed into a dance of agency, a testament to women's ability to shape their own destinies, to weave their own stories, and to create their own beautiful, complex, and enduring tapestries in the face of adversity. The enduring thread of Arachne's legacy continued to inspire, to challenge, and to empower, reminding all who heard her story of the incredible strength and resilience of the human spirit. The mountain, a silent witness to the passage of time, continued to hum with the energy of her enduring spirit, a testament to the power of transformation, the beauty of resilience, and the dance of fate. The annual festival, now a vibrant tapestry woven from ancient rituals and modern understanding, pulsed with the energy of the mountain itself, no longer solely a celebration of weaving. It had become a holistic communion with nature, a vibrant expression of the interconnectedness of all life. The air hummed with the collective joy of the villagers, their voices blending with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the gentle mountain breeze. children, their faces painted with intricate spiderweb designs, chased butterflies through fields of wildflowers, their laughter echoing through the valley. The elders, their faces etched with the wisdom of generations, sat in a circle, their hands moving in rhythmic patterns, their voices weaving ancient prayers and blessings. They spoke of the balance of nature, the delicate interplay of predator and prey, the cyclical dance of life and death, mirroring the intricate web Arachne had created, a web now woven into the very fabric of the mountain soul. The air thrummed with the ancient rhythms, the heartbeat of the mountain, a symphony of life orchestrated by unseen forces. Lyra, the keeper of the thread, stood at the center of the circle, her presence radiating calm strength. She held a single, shimmering thread, spun from the silk of Arachne's descendants, a thread that connected the past, present, and future of the village. As she spoke, her voice clear and resonant, the thread seemed to glow, reflecting the light of the setting sun, a beacon of hope and resilience. She spoke of the wisdom of the spider, of its patience, its persistence, its ability to weave beauty from seemingly insignificant materials. She recounted the stories passed down through generations, stories of survival, adaptation, and the intricate dance of fate. Each story was a thread in the grand tapestry of Arachne's legacy, a testament to the enduring power of female resilience and the resilience of nature itself. She spoke of the delicate balance of the ecosystem, how the spider's work, once feared, was now understood as an integral part of the intricate web of life, a silent guardian against the pests that threatened the harvest. She pointed to the diversity of flora and fauna, each playing its part in the harmonious orchestration of the mountain's life, highlighting the symbiotic relationships that sustained this unique and fragile ecosystem. Dr. Vance, her eyes alight with wonder, observed the festival with a mix of awe and scientific curiosity. She documented the rituals meticulously, noting the symbolism embedded in every movement, every word, every offering. She saw the festival not merely as a cultural event, but as a living testament to the power of adaptation, to the enduring legacy of Arachne, and to the inherent resilience of the human spirit. Her scientific background allowed her to appreciate the intricate biological wonders of the spider webs, marveling at their strength, their geometric precision, and their role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. The festival concluded with a grand weaving competition, not a contest of ego and pride, but a celebration of skill and creativity. Young women, their faces radiant with passion and confidence, displayed their tapestries, each a unique expression of their understanding of Arachne's legacy and their connection to the mountain. Their creations weren't merely textiles, they were stories, poems, and prayers, each thread imbued with the spirit of nature, each pattern a reflection of the interconnectedness of life. Their webs mirrored the complexity of nature itself, some dense and intricate, others delicate and ethereal, each reflecting the unique personality of its creator. The judges, a panel of elders and Dr. Vance, assessed not just the technical skill, but the artistry, the symbolism, and the story woven into each piece. The winning tapestry, a masterpiece that depicted the cyclical nature of the seasons, was a breathtaking testament to the harmony of nature and the creativity of the human spirit. The celebration extended far beyond the competition, with music, dance, and storytelling that carried on late into the night under the watchful gaze of the stars. The villagers continued their traditions, weaving not only textiles, but also their own destinies, their choices shaped by the lessons learned from Arachne's transformation and the wisdom embedded within the mountain's embrace. They understood the delicate balance between individual action and the larger forces of nature, the ebb and flow of fate, and the importance of adapting to the changing seasons of life. Dr. Vance, deeply moved by the experience, continued her collaboration with Lyra, expanding their research beyond the immediate village. Together, they journeyed to other mountain communities, documenting similar traditions, exploring the universality of Arachne's story and its impact on various cultures across generations. Their joint research highlighted the persistent influence of feminine figures in mythology, emphasizing the importance of reinterpreting traditional narratives through a feminist lens. The collective knowledge they gathered formed the basis of a groundbreaking academic study published to international acclaim. The study showcased the power of oral traditions, the significance of indigenous knowledge, and the importance of recognizing the interconnection between humans and the natural world. The world outside the mountains began to understand the deeper meaning behind the spider's web, recognizing the strength and resilience, symbolized by its intricate patterns. Arachne's story, once a tale of divine punishment, had transformed into a powerful symbol of adaptation, resilience, and the interconnectedness of all things. It was a story of defiance, yes, but also a story of acceptance, a testament to the transformative power of nature and the indomitable strength of the human spirit. Her legacy was not one of defeat, but of enduring power, a reminder that even in transformation, beauty and strength can be found. The celebration of nature, woven into the very fabric of the annual festival, became a testament to Arachne's enduring influence, a vibrant expression of harmony between humans and nature, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, life finds a way to weave its intricate, beautiful, and resilient tapestry. The mountain, silent witness to the ages, continued to stand tall, a symbol of enduring strength and resilience, its slopes teeming with life, its spirit echoing with the rhythmic pulse of nature, a symphony composed of the whispers of the wind, the murmur of the streams, and the intricate weaving of Arachne's legacy, forever woven into the heart of the mountain and forever celebrated in the hearts of the villagers. The enduring thread, spun from the silk of countless spiders, connected past, present, and future, a testament to the beauty, resilience, and enduring power of nature's intricate dance. The story of Arachne became a story of empowerment, a celebration of female strength and resilience, a reminder that even in transformation, beauty and strength can be found, echoing through generations, a testament to the power of a story to inspire, to heal, and to remind us of our inherent connection to the natural world. The mountains continued their silent vigil, bearing witness to the ongoing celebration of life, a testament to the enduring spirit of Arachne and the powerful dance of fate. The years that followed saw the mountain village blossom. Lyra, guided by Dr. Vance's scientific insights and her own deep-rooted understanding of Arachne's legacy, established a weaving school. It wasn't merely a place to learn the technical skills of textile creation. It was a sanctuary where young women learned to connect with the natural world, to find inspiration in the rhythms of the seasons, and to express their unique voices through their craft. The curriculum included botany, entomology, and the study of traditional weaving techniques from across the globe, highlighting the universality of Arachne's story and the enduring power of feminine creativity in diverse cultures. The students, a diverse group of girls from the village and beyond, embraced the learning. Each girl, under Lyra's patient guidance, discovered her unique style, her own interpretation of Arachne's enduring message. Some focused on the intricate detail, creating webs so fine They seemed to shimmer with an inner light, capturing the delicate beauty of wildflowers and the intricate patterns of spider silk. Others favored bold designs, weaving tapestries that spoke of strength and resilience, mirroring the unwavering spirit of the mountain itself. Their creations weren't simply textiles, they were narratives, poems, and prayers spun from the very essence of the mountain soul. The annual festival evolved, transformed into a vibrant celebration of Arachne's legacy and the power of feminine artistry. It attracted visitors from far and wide, drawn not only by the spectacle of the weaving competition, but by the profound sense of community and connection with nature that permeated the event. The air vibrated with the energy of creativity, collaboration, and shared purpose. The festival became a place where ancient traditions met modern understanding, where scientific curiosity intertwined with spiritual reverence, where the past, present, and future were interwoven in a continuous thread of inspiration. Dr. Vance, initially drawn to the village by scientific curiosity, found herself deeply immersed in the community's rich cultural tapestry. She published her research not as a detached academic study, but as a tribute to the resilience of human spirit and the power of storytelling. Her work highlighted the crucial role of women in preserving and transmitting cultural heritage, challenging traditional academic paradigms that often marginalized indigenous knowledge systems. Her collaboration with Lyra went beyond the realm of academia. It became a lifelong friendship, a shared commitment to amplifying the voices of marginalized communities and celebrating the transformative power of female narratives. One particular tapestry, woven by a young woman named Alara, captured the imagination of the entire village. Ilara, inspired by her grandmother's stories and her own deep connection to the natural world, created a tapestry that depicted Arachne's transformation, not as a punishment, but as a metamorphosis, a profound shift in perspective. Her work depicted Arachne not as a defeated figure, but as a powerful force of nature, her intricate webs becoming symbols of resilience, adaptation, and the intricate interconnectedness of all living things. The spider, once feared and reviled, became a symbol of strength, patience, and creative mastery. The tapestry depicted Arachne's initial defiance, her fiery spirit challenging the established order. It showed the goddess Athena not as a purely antagonistic figure, but as a representation of a powerful, albeit flawed, authority, but it also depicted Arachne's acceptance of her new form, her discovery of a different kind of artistry, a deeper connection to the natural world, and her profound understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. It revealed the spider's vital role in the delicate ecosystem of the mountain, its webs acting as silent guardians, protecting the delicate balance of nature. The colors were vibrant, alive, shifting as the light changed throughout the day, mirroring the ever-changing landscape of the mountain itself. Ilara's tapestry transcended mere craft. It became a powerful symbol of transformation and acceptance, a reminder that even in the face of adversity, beauty and strength can be found. It was displayed at the center of the village, becoming a focal point for community gatherings, discussions, and celebrations. The villagers would gather around it, sharing stories, weaving new narratives, adding their own threads to the grand tapestry of Arachne's legacy. The years continued to unfold, and the mountain village flourished. The weaving school expanded, becoming a center for cultural exchange and artistic collaboration. Women from various communities came to learn, to share their stories, and to contribute their unique artistic perspectives. The annual festival became a global event, attracting visitors from every corner of the world, all drawn by the power of Arachne's story and the vibrant tapestry of human creativity and resilience. The spider, once a symbol of fear, became a totem of empowerment, a symbol of the enduring strength and creativity of women. The final web, a metaphorical one spanning generations, had been woven. It wasn't a single creation, but a collective narrative, a shared understanding of Arachne's transformation and its lasting significance. It was a web of resilience, woven from the threads of courage, creativity, and acceptance. It was a testament to the power of female agency, the importance of embracing change, and the enduring legacy of a woman who dared to defy the gods, and in doing so, became a symbol of profound strength and enduring inspiration for generations to come. The mountain stood tall, a silent witness to the ongoing symphony of life, its slopes teeming with the vibrant energy of creation, its spirit resonating with the harmonious rhythm of Arachne's enduring legacy. The generations that followed continued to tell Arachne's story, embellishing it with their own experiences, weaving it into the very fabric of their lives. The annual festival grew, attracting not only visitors from neighboring villages, but also scholars, artists, and activists from across the globe. It became a potent symbol of female empowerment, a space where women from diverse backgrounds could share their stories, celebrate their achievements, and find solidarity in their shared experiences. The story of Arachne became a powerful emblem for social change, inspiring movements for gender equality and environmental conservation. Her transformation, once viewed as a punishment, was reinterpreted as a journey of self-discovery and empowerment. The intricate patterns of her webs became metaphors for the complex interconnectedness of life, reminding people of the importance of cooperation and sustainable living. The lessons learned from Arachne's story weren't confined to the mountain village. They echoed across the world, inspiring individuals and communities to embrace change, to celebrate their uniqueness, and to weave their own vibrant tapestries of resilience and hope. The mountain, a silent witness to the passage of time, continued its ancient vigil. Its slopes were alive with the energy of creation, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the gentle hum of the wind whispering through the intricate webs of Arachne's descendants. The annual festival continued, an unbroken chain linking past, present, and future, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling, the resilience of the human spirit, and the transformative potential of a single, courageous act of defiance. The final web, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless stories, represented not an ending, but a beginning, a testament to the enduring legacy of Arachne and the vibrant, ever-evolving narrative of female empowerment. It was a story of transformation, resilience, and the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity and create a world where every thread, every voice contributes to a beautiful and resilient tapestry of life. The mountain, the villagers, and the world beyond continued to spin their own threads into this magnificent and ever-evolving masterpiece.